Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to the CDSCO CII workshop on medical device regulations. This event is being organized in collaboration between the Central Drug Standards Control Organization and CII to address the critical regulatory issues faced by the medical device industry in India at the National Institute of Health and Family Welfare. Today, we are excited to bring together regulators, industry experts, and stakeholders for a day of insightful discussions and deliberations. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy, Joint Drugs Controller India at CDSCO. Dr. Reddy is a seasoned expert in drug regulation and has significantly contributed to various regulatory affairs, including medical devices. Please welcome Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy. I would also like
Good morning to all of you. I said good morning to you. Come on, boss. I know this is very lazy weather. It does not mean that it is so much of laziness. Oh, thank you. Uh, in fact, I am Dr. Ishwar Reddy. Some of you may be knowing. I am working as a joint drug controller in CDSCO. Earlier, 2009 to almost 2015, 7 years, I was looking after medical devices division. I am part of the designing this medical device rules 2017 and also able to bring some transparency and ease of regulation in CDSCO. So today's our chief guest, Dr. Raju Singh Raghuvamshi sir, DCGI, he is on the way because of the heavy fog. He is not able to reach at the right time. In another 15-20 minutes, he may be able to reach here. So meantime, I would like to understand from all of you, what are your expectations from the regulators? And at present, what are the issues and challenges you are facing for your getting manufacturing licenses or import licenses from the CDSCO as well as from the respective state drug regulatory authorities. Though we have QA session at 2, I think before lunch and after lunch. So meantime, if we understand from you what actually issues, concerns or challenges you are facing in the day-to-day approvals from the state or the CDSCO regulators, thereby we can share this, we can save the time and also we will share these details to the concerned authorities, those who are going to present here, and they will express their regulators' view on your concern, issue and challenge. So I request all of you to share your issues and challenges, thereby it is easy for us to understand and to brief you your issue. So shall we start? Are you ready? Very good. So first who would like to bell the cat? Oh, if there are no issue challenges, we can go today out. Yeah, oh, thank you. Please, please. And feel free, don't think that your issue challenge may be a very small one. You don't feel embarrassing to ask that question. Whatever the smallest concern, challenge, please share. And don't think about who is the right, left sitting with you. You express your view frankly. Maybe what you have a doubt, your other person also may have the same doubt. Okay, so don't feel any share that. Please speak openly. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Good morning, sir. First of all, thank you, CDSO, for organizing a workshop. I think this has been a demand from the industry from quite some time, because at various levels we do face certain clarity issues. Two issues that I would want to talk about here is, one is the speed at which central government, the central CDSO has really taken place.
Yeah.
It's not the speed where we find it in the zonal offices or the state offices. So that's a slight delay that we find, and because of that, our go-to-market products then it becomes a huge challenge. The second is again slightly related to it, but then traceability of our files on the Sugam portal sometimes becomes a foggy issue in that sense. I mean, we really at a point when we get desperate, we try to search it out, but then possibly we cannot, look at the Sugam portal in that minute details that maybe you can have. So these are the two issues that I think we would want.
So good, thank you. So his question is that one is delay at the various state levels for getting the various types of licenses, approval, certificates, other thing. And second is the traceability of files at the Sugam portal. I am not clear about this. So means once you submit your application, and it is not able to visible to you. Acha, okay, you are see what is the current status of application? Acha. Okay. So I think there is some provision in the Sugam portal. You will get some colors. So jaldi change nahi hota hai.
Sir, jaldi change ho jaye to sir, that will be more easier for us to also.
So that means your question is just fasten the approval process,
Yes,
or what is you would like to know what is the current status? See,
Current status.
current status means two things. Current status means at present the file is laying down with which officer. Whether you would like to know that?
Absolutely.
Ah, that is generally not acceptable. Reason is that the moment if you know the file is at X officer, so he will get lot of calls from that. Sir, my file is with you. Sir, आपका पास pending है मेरा file. And you people will create a unnecessary stress pressure on him. Okay, but yes, I think what I understand from our CDSCO headquarters is that they are going to fix the timeline for each and every officer at the drug inspector level, ADC level, and the DDC, JDC level. So within that timeline, that application has to be processed and it has to be sent to the next level. So that we can see whether that particular officer within the timeline he has processed or not. If he has not processed within the timeline, then that should be reflected to the applicant. Yes, this application is still pending. During the process, I think it is not advisable. Okay.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vipin Upadhyay from Siemens Healthcare Private Limited. I wanted to discuss, or maybe if CDSCO can give us some kind of clarification on three different topics. The first topic is about clarification of refurbished medical devices. So as we all know, there is a separate guidelines from MUF department, which is also in government department. But time and again, we try to interpret on our own way whenever there is no proper clarification or guidance document from CDSCO side, what to do, how to register, how to import. So such kind of issues can be put up and discussed in the.
Sure.
And other point which I would like to discuss, that is about the component accessories of legacy systems. It is I would like to discuss this thing in detail. So maybe if you want me to, I can also discuss now, but I think there is a separate session already aligned. So I can also discuss this topic in that meeting as well. And lastly, I would like to seek guidance from the CDSCO on post-approval change notification. To give you one example, if we have to add some component accessories, and those are newer addition which got missed, or those were not earlier available in the earlier system which we had registered. So if we could also get some kind of clarification from CDSCO.
Sure.
Or CDSCO portal's current Sugam portal can also be improvised in a way that it can also be accommodated. And it is not just about the component accessory, there are many issues. Maybe other experts can also share their comments on the same. Thanks.
Thank you. I think these two already we have covered in the topics. Okay, we'll try to address during the presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other? Good morning.
Nowadays, there are 2 days designed for PRO, right? One is Monday and one is Wednesday. But actually, that is not a foolproof method because that gentleman, DI, sits there with a piece of paper, right? We tell them the file number and what is the requirement follow-up kind of things. And actually, there is no answer is received. Even after 15 days also, if you go, no, your file is going to remain in the same status, okay? And when I asked, for example, that we came that day, sir, what is the status of this file? Answer is, no answer. So meaning that is the waste of time from the CDSCO as well as from the stakeholder. If it has to be really make a suitable process, so they should have a system in front of them. When someone is telling them the file number, there should be an answer, right? So if you can look at that.
No, this is a good point. There should be a proper feedback on the status of the application.
Yeah, because it is, that gentleman is writing on a page and every time they ask, gives their feedback. Same feedback is repeated from our side.
But provided, if the person who is visiting the PRO, if you visit the PRO after the due date of that expiry of the timeline. Otherwise, the day you submitted the application, next
months.
day if you go to the...
After 6 months.
Exactly. No, whatever the timelines are there. So once that is the reason I said each and every officer also going to have a timeline. The moment the timeline is crossed, that can be visible from the your Sugam portal. That time you can go to the PRO.
Correct. One example, one of my file is already processed. Ground work is done, everything is done at Chennai CDSCO, right? Chennai FDA. And I spoke to Mr. Dharmaraj and he said, your file is forwarded in the first week of December to headquarters. After that, it is almost 1.5 months. At least every 15 days, asking the status, no status. So, if manufacturing license is getting so long time, we all can understand what is be the fate of any MD15 at that point, right? So this speed is seriously required. And at least clarity is required. If we need to do something, file should be given back to us. So that is how it is.
No, it is a valid point. Once the consent zone is already recommended and given the opinion, so the time taken by the CDSCO headquarters should be at the
PRO
less.
saying, the same story.
Got your point.
Thank you.
Yes. No, if it is already covered, it's fine. If it is a new question, you can. Not covered, yeah, please. Yeah, please give it here.
Hello. You have the same charges for category C and D, whether it's veterinary market or medical market, which is $4,500. Veterinary market is very, very small vis-a-vis the medical market. So if we import goods worth, say, $5,000 a year, and we have to spend $4,500 for the registration, is it worth it? Secondly, if some new innovation comes abroad, we want to handle that. We want to import a small consignment to check whether it's functional or not, whether it's accepted by the market or not. We have to pay $4,500, whereas the goods may be costing $500. Thirdly, it takes 6 to 8 months to get the product registered. We cater mostly to government institutions. If a government institution asks for a particular new product and we have to import it and first get itself registered, normally they give us a time frame of maximum 3 months.
I got your first point, sir. What is the next question?
Sorry?
What is the next question? First question, I got it.
You didn't get it.
I got it. So your question is that when the volume of the business is the so low, okay, it may not be financially viable to get registered, and also the time taken for the registration, it does not actually give any results. That is your question. I am right?
That's one.
Yeah. Come to the second question.
Second is, suppose there's a new innovation abroad and we want to try that product, whether it's acceptable by Indian market or not. We import it We don't know whether it would click or not. But still to import that, we have to pay $4,500. How do you justify that?
Okay.
And the product
Yeah,
may be costing hardly $100, say.
Yeah, got your point. Just I'll give his question, because it's a simple thing. If there is a minimum requirement, okay, for that you can import that particular device under the personal license.
Sorry?
Personal license. There is a provision.
No, but how do you sell that? How do you sell that?
No, that based upon that particular individual person or the animal, based upon that prescription given by doctor, you can import. Okay, anyhow, we will give you the question answer time more details about that. Yes, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Shalini Dwivedi. I'm from Roche Diagnostic. So my question is with respect to post-approval changes of the in vitro diagnostic. So we need a clarity basically on the categorizing the changes, product changes in major and minor category and in accordance with 6th schedule of the medical device. Currently the list or the category which is available on the MD online portal, which is not matching exactly with the 6th schedule. So we are facing a lot of challenges in identifying the right fit
Right,
category
okay.
as per our product change.
Sure.
Secondly, we need a clarity on the timeline of the products changes falling under major and the minor changes.
So timelines for approval.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry. Good morning, I am Sandhya and I represent GE Healthcare Operations. One of the clarities that we would like to have is how do we, most of the classifications we have said, a subcomponent of a big medical device, how is it categorized and how does CDSCO impact? But there are certain places where we do not have, for example, if we were to look at an MRI, whether the magnet is under the CDO or it's only the finished medical device that is under the CDSCO category for application. The reason why I'm talking about it right now,
Yeah.
I've got something stuck. So a little bit of clarity or at least a contact where we can reach and figure out and get more clarity on the classifications will really help.
So that is one of the objective for having today this workshop. Yes, please. Yeah, I'll give it.
Good morning, sir. So I want to raise a point which I think is pretty challenging for domestic manufacturers. So post-COVID, there was this land border order which was issued by the Ministry of Commerce, where it was made very clear that any company that will do any sale of product or service which belongs to land border countries will have to register with DPIIT, and also there was that they were not permitted to apply for PPO for public procurement unless they are registered and they are okayed by the Home Ministry. Now, so the challenge which is coming that there are low-cost imports that are happening from China, which is impacting the domestic manufacturers because they are almost 20-30% cheaper.
Yeah.
And the reason they have been able to circumvent the registration with DPIIT, but they are able to sell through a distributor or a dealer who gets the CDSCO license. Now, obviously, so that is the root cause where how they get access to the Indian market. And the challenge the Indian manufacturers face is that the Chinese market, which is one of the largest in the world, 90% of that market is restricted to Indian manufacturers for the simple reason that anything that Chinese public healthcare providers need to procure, they have to be made in China. So, sir, just to support the and keep the cost competitiveness of domestic manufacturers, so our recommendation is that CDSCO license should be issued to only those companies, whether Chinese, non-Chinese, who are registered and who have a entity in India and they abide by the laws, whether it is data security laws, cyber security laws, or the medical devices rule. Unless they abide, I mean, if there is any adverse event in that view, you will not be able to catch hold of the OEM.
Yeah, got it.
And sir, since you know that we are connected devices, So there is a threat for data
Sure,
security as
sure.
well. So
Sure. But this clause is applicable only for the foreign direct investment only. It
No,
is
sir.
applicable for the even procurement also?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, all of you. I am Sushant from Abbott. I have one question around acceptability of accelerated data.
Okay. Yeah.
So I was requesting for acceptability of accelerated data instead of asking for a real-time data for stability change. So that has been kind of a request from CDSCO reviewers. The second question is around software, clarity around software regulations, like how do we qualify a software, what qualifies as SAMD, what are the specific risk-based classification for a software. So we have software regulated under medical device rules, but we want a better clarity on that
Sure,
software
sure.
regulation. Thank you.
So just I would like to inform you, our chief guest, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi have just now arrived. Just we will invite him here, and just please bear for 2 minutes. We'll come back to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll come to you, sir. I'll come back to you.
We will just take a 2-minute break to invite Dr. Raghuvanshi, and we'll resume with the workshop. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. For the inaugural address, I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs Controller General India at CDSCO. Dr. Raghuvanshi has a wealth of experience in pharmaceutical innovation and regulatory affairs, and his expertise has been crucial in shaping India's regulatory framework. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Dheeraj Singh, Director of National Institute of Health and Family Welfare. Dr. Shah is a renowned expert in public health and pediatrics and has been instrumental in advancing health and family welfare programs in India. We also have Dr. S. Reddy, who recently just had the very innovative interaction with you. I would also like to introduce Mr. Atul Grover, member CII Medical Technology Forum and Managing Director for India South Asia at Becton Dickinson India Private Limited. With over 23 years of experience in healthcare and medical technology sectors, Mr. Grover brings valuable insights in the intersection of business and regulation in the medical device industry. I would like to request our dignitaries to kindly light the lamp. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, dignitaries. Please welcome our panel for the inaugural session. For the welcome address, I would request Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy to kindly join us.
Respected Dr. Raju Singh Raghuvamshi sir, Drugs Control General of India, CDSCO. Respected Dr. Dheeraj Shah sir, Director, National Institute of Health and Family Welfare. Shri Atul Grover, Managing Director, BD. My colleagues and my friend Dr. Rajesh, Professor, as well as Coordinator for conducting these training programs and workshops on behalf of CDSCO. Mr. Rajiv Nath, Dr. Naresh Sharma, and all my dear participants, those who have joined through offline and online, very good morning to all of you. So I welcome first Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi sir as a chief guest for this, accepting as a chief guest for this workshop. Thank you, sir, from your busy schedule for joining. And I also welcome Dr. Dheeraj Shah, sir. Thank you, sir, very much for joining from all your busy schedules. Friends, just I would like to give the objective for conducting this workshop. As you know, the medical device regulations are evolving from time to time. And also, the medical device regulations are in a dynamic nature. If you see the regulations almost 2 decades back, these all medical devices are regulated or considered as a drug. We don't have any specific regulations for medical devices. With the support from the Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, we have come up with the medical device rules in 2017, where we have well-defined regulations for medical devices. After that, really the medical device industry grown so much with respect to the innovation or with respect to the even manufacturing in India. Even medical device rules itself have a lot of interpretation issues. Then CDSCO has come up with various guidance documents with relation to the specific regulations in the medical device rules. CDSCO has also issued various FAQs to address some of the concerns, issues with respect to the implementation of medical device rules. But still, the medical device rules, guidance documents, FAQs, what you have a very good mechanism in place, still there are some issues and challenges which are need to be discussed and which are need to be addressed by the regulators. In fact, the CDSCO has did tremendous job last few years for this implementation of bringing the all medical devices into the regulation. It is not easy, my dear friends, to enforce all medical device regulations under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. It is a massive job. I think all you may be aware, in the month of February 2020, the government has brought all devices under the regulation by incorporating the definition of medical device under the section 3B4. But government has given sufficient transition time to implement these provisions. I think the class A and B we have implemented since October 2022 and class C and D from the October 2023. The work done by the CDSCO, especially the medical device division, I think we should, all of you should pause and appreciate the work done by the CDSCO medical device division under the dynamic leadership of Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi sir. No country in the world able to brought all medical device under the regulation such a span, such a very less time. The number of approvals granted by the CDSCO, if you see during that period, the maximum number of approvals have been granted. Because of there should not be any issues, challenges in registration or placing the product, or there should not be any shortage of that particular device in the market. We have almost 3,400 indigenous manufacturers in India after this medical device rules 2017 came into force. CDSCO has issued almost 10,000 import licenses for 5 years. This is the licenses, not the products. Again, under the each import license, there will be a minimum 50 to 100 products. So that means more than 75,000 different types of devices have been approved by the CDSCO. And thanks to the Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi sir, and he for establishing the medical device vertical and getting the new post sanctioned for the medical device division. I think you must have seen recently that advertisement also is came in the newspapers for filling up the post through deputation process. So the government and the CDSCO is very serious about the medical device industry to ensure its growth in indigenous manufacturing as well as the innovation in India. In this regard, even CDSCO is also tie up with the ICMR CDSCO Mitra to address the issues and challenges faced by the IVD industry as well as the medical device industry with respect to the, especially the startup companies. And our PRO also is doing very good job, though there may be some issues, challenges, what I understand from you in the morning, to understand the current status of the applications. So the CDSCO has taken the various measures to address, but still, what we understand, there are some issues and challenges. So thanks to the DCJ sir for organizing for us to, allowing us to conduct 3 such type of workshop across India. This is the first time in the history of CDSCO where the regulators are coming to you. Instead of you are coming to the regulator, and the regulator has come to you. If you see all the sessions what we have designed, all sessions are taken only by the regulator. And the regulator of the concerned regulator, who is handling actually day-to-day implementation of the medical device rules. So we are here. So please utilize this opportunity effectively. Feel free. Tomorrow we should not again ask the same issue at the different platform. Okay, so with this workshop, whatever issues, challenges are there, please share your issue, challenges. We have already noted down. I think you have already shared in advance also these questions. So our horse's mouth, our Deputy Drug Controller Asim Sahu is going to be here for full day. He will share you the complete, what are the regulators' expectations on these variation issues and challenges. So with that, I think you should able to also prize the work done by the CDSCO with this regard, and you should also send such a convey the message to all other stakeholders and all other colleagues in your organizations or otherwise in startup companies and innovative companies that what is the actually the thinking process of the regulators on these issues. So we may, though many people must have joined through online, because of this is YouTube online also, this program is going on. So please utilize this opportunity effectively and have a very good networking. We are here to address all your issues and challenges. Thereby, I am sure it is going to be help the medical device industry for the growth as well as the smooth functioning of CDSCO and the state authorities. So thank you very much for joining. And before I'll conclude, I would like to especially thank CII for coordinating with us and for assisting in organizing this workshop. Thank you very much, Grover, for accepting our invitation and supporting these programs. I am sure you are going to acquire good knowledge and experience from this one-day workshop. Thank you very much for active listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Good morning, everyone. As Sir said, first of all, I wanted to welcome all of you for this important first time ever. I think we are conducting this workshop. I am representing CII here. I think most of you are members. So on behalf of the industry, we would want to thank the departments, all the ministries which are available, and CDSCO. We have been asking for this session. I think all of us have been asking this session for quite some time now. So it's great with the regulations coming up. Actually, all the regulators are coming and explaining and answering all our queries. But before I do that, I need to, first of all, welcome the dignitaries. I know Sir introduced everybody else, but we have to welcome Dr. Reddy also. He has been a key organizer for this meeting, coordinating with CII, along with, of course, Dr. Raghuvanshi, Dr. Shah, who have attended this meeting. So thank you and welcome for all your help. Also, I wanted to acknowledge and thank all the speakers who have taken time out. Please think through it. They have committing one day where Dr. Sahu is coming. Sahu is coming here. Dr. Shri Ajay Basil sir and Dr. Ms. Shamini Sridharan. So thank you for accepting the speakers' sessions for us and also educating. So my only request will be, as this session is happening, it's very important from an industry perspective. We need to thank all of you. While we will ask all the questions, we'll have all our complaints. But over the last 7-8 years, the progress that has happened, we have been involved with this industry for 20 years plus. I think we started, when the regulations came in, there were some 35 or licenses available in all of MedTech. And now I was told that it's around 10,000 or maybe 15,000 applications and product categories that have been created. Think about the workload that it has created for all the departments, the structuring that has to be done, all the queries that we keep raising to Sir and all the staff which is there. So that work, please, we wanted to thank you and all the department staff which is there. But please make sure, as you're asking questions, while there are improvement areas, we have to acknowledge all this great work that is happening. Also the sessions, the open interactions that are happening, right? The PR session somebody was mentioning in the morning. I think that's a great initiative. Very few countries in the whole world have these kind of interactions where, you know, there are open forums where as an industry we can go and clarify. While we'll keep improving upon it, but please acknowledge that it has led to a lot of industry support which is coming for us, as well as the Sugam portal and the application timelines, which have now, and the responses that we get from CDSO are much, much more faster. So that progress that India and the department and the ministry is making is exceptional. So as we'll ask queries, please take them from an improvement area perspective for development, but that is not to not acknowledge all the hard work that is happening around. So again, once again, thank you for coming in. Thank you for your time and looking forward to a great session during the whole day. And thank you everyone for joining in. Yeah, thank you. Can I request, maybe before we invite Dr. Raghuvanshi, if Dr. Shah, if you can just give your opening remarks, and then we will invite Dr. Raghuvanshi for his, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Atul Grover. So first of all, I welcome all of you to this unique workshop, which is a partnership, or I would say, as Dr. Reddy said, that regulator conducting a workshop for industry, and it's a collaboration between CII, which is an industry, and regulator CDSCO. And we, NIHFW, are also pitching in. So what are we? We are National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, which is an apex institute under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, which has been mandated with the task of capacity building, education, research, evaluation, and consultancy related to health and family welfare programs. And this partnership between NIHFW and CDSCO is now about 2 years old, where we have conducted numerous trainings, most of which have been conducted for the regulators of various states to empower them to how to deal with industry in a way that ultimately the country benefits. It's not for the benefit of one organization or the other, it is for overall objectives of the country. As all of us know that we have an aspiration to be a developed country by 2047. And now there is a directive and then from the highest authorities that all our programs should be aligned with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. So with this vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, industry has a very important role. Government cannot make Bharat Viksit alone. Industry, all of you have to be leading this mission of government 2047. I can see I'm very happy to see all the industries, all the who is who of industry here. I've worked in hospitals for more than 25, 30 years, so I'm aware of all those names. Philips, Fuji, Siemens, Johnson, Abbott, BL, so many, I think all top industries which are dealing with manufacturing devices, and some of you are also manufacturing drugs. But I'm sure that all of you are representing the divisions of the industry which manufacture devices. So regarding this workshop, yes, this is a very unique initiative to, and I congratulate CDSCO, Rajiv Raghuvanshi Sarji, Ishwara Reddy ji, Dr. Sharma, for this initiative. Not only this initiative, for doing this mammoth task of this industry manufacturing equipment under CDSCO, and doing the efforts to formulate all the guidelines, whether they are related to the research of equipment or whether it is related to the clinical use of equipment at individual level or at mass level as in hospitals. But yes, as Mr. Grover said that there are, or Dr. Reddy said that there are challenges. Many of my friends who are into this, some kind small manufacturing or small innovation startups, they also keep on asking what is the procedure, how to go about it. We do not know whether our device comes under that regulation or not, whether we need even permission to conduct research before maybe marketing it for use. So there are many, many questions. And then even if the clarity is there, then they face bottlenecks like how to submit the application, and the application is in waiting for months, sometimes years, so what to do? Maybe they might not have submitted it to the correct way. So I'm not sure whether these all issues will be covered, because this is one-day workshop only. So I think the kind of industry which is representing here, they are all aware of these small issues which I'm talking, and here the much larger issues would be deliberated, like I'm seeing the sessions on regulatory requirements, grouping of medical devices, refurbished reuse of medical devices, and accelerated stability data versus real-time stability data. But I would just request CDSCO to do some kind of, because these all queries cannot be solved in one day. As Dr. Reddy said that you should not asking the question again on the same platform. So it is good to continue to ask questions, because the new questions may emerge and all the questions may not be solved by one-day exercise. So we must develop some platform where there is a continuous interaction with industry. So if they have any questions, first of all, I think it might already be there, I'm not aware, if some kind of FAQ session based on questions from this audience we can have on our website, CDSCO website, FAQs, so that many of the questions are solved by providing these ready-made answers. And besides that, because FAQ section cannot solve all individual queries, so there may be some kind of continuous engagement in form of initially a chatbot and later on taking it to a higher level by individual support through some kind of channel which should be open, because ultimately we have to ensure that there is an alignment of industry with the country's objective. So CDSCO has a big role to play, so that the innovations are not only on paper, the innovations which are good one, they see the light of the day. Simultaneously, we have to ensure that only quality products get approval, and we have a right kind of research before the product is introduced in the market. We have a small day today and only one day workshop. I won't take much time. So I thank once again to all of you for joining this. I'm sure that the screens and the back are on. The screens on, hai na? Okay, so I can see the participants till the last row. So thank you for joining in large numbers, and happy learning for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Now I would like to introduce for the inaugural address Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs Controller General of India, Central Drugs Standard Control Organization. Please welcome.
Good morning. So, very happy to see all of you here this morning. Respected Dr. Shah, Mr. Grover, my colleague Dr. Reddy, my friend Raju Naji, Chibar Saab, and all the delegates from industry and CDSCO and beyond. So, it's actually a pleasure to see this hall with this strength this morning, which was I think this is the first time I'm seeing this strength in this hall. I have been coming here for the last 2 years. So thanks a lot for coming in this dense fog. And sorry for being late by 30 minutes. It's not that only planes get delayed. The cars also get delayed. And people also get delayed because of that. So sorry again for that. But I'm sure this half an hour would have given you opportunity to interact and on an informal setting. So this was basically, we interact with formally and informally with the customer, which is industry for us, the main customer. And we felt that there is a need now for conducting these kind of sessions where there is a free interaction between the regulator and the customer, to make them understand the way we think. Because through my interactions and some feedbacks and some comments, good and not so good, we have understood that there looks to be some difference somewhere in medical device regulations, which is creating some kind of conflict off and on. And this is not something which is unusual, because this regulation is new. And we recently made this industry regulated, fully regulated rather. So this is going to come, and it is our responsibility as regulator to sort that out so that things become much more aligned, smooth and seamless. Good for all of us, because this industry has a potential to grow at least 5 times in next some 10-12 years. So we have a huge opportunity in front of us. And as businessmen, people sitting here, representatives from industry, it's basically an opportunity which was not there in the history of India in this industry. And we have to capitalize on it. And this cannot be done unless until we get our house in order when it comes to quality, which is governed by the regulations which we have bought. The purpose of regulations is not to constrain the industry. We have to understand this very clearly. So we have to completely move this out from our minds, if it is there, that regulatory system is actually trying to constrain, trying to hold us back, and before this we were free to do whatever we wanted, and we were growing much faster. In long run, if you have to compete on a global scenario, nobody will recognize you unless until the industry is regulated. So all this opportunity which is there in front of us will become useless if the industry is not properly regulated. And for that regulation, you and regulator both have to be aligned and should have completely the same understanding of the regulation. So that's the need for regulation. And as Dr. Reddy also said, since this industry got regulated recently, I think we would have completed a year or so, we have given more than 9,000 import licenses and more than 4,000 manufacturing licenses. It's not an easy thing. With a limited resource which we have, actually hitting this milestone of around 15,000 licenses, both together import and manufacturing, is actually, this needs a big hand for the regulator at least. And we are also seeing the impact of this, that industry is actually moving in the right direction. We are getting recognition on international platforms. And we also have to understand one thing which is our sort of responsibility. It has become our responsibility because historically in the healthcare value chain, of rather global value chain for healthcare, because of whatever the country did in on the drug domain, the world is looking towards India when it comes to healthcare value chain and supplies for healthcare management. And after drugs, the medical device is the second area where the whole world is looking towards India to provide quality medical devices at affordable prices. And we also have to understand at the same time that affordable doesn't mean that compromise on quality. In some of the cases, our experience has not been very good on the drug side. So the learnings from the drug side, the regulator and the industry both have to take positively and implement in a way that we do not repeat the same issues which historically has happened in some of the areas in drug side. And unfortunately, in some of the forums, this is being discussed seriously, that we are getting signals of issues which should not be there in the system. So sooner the better we actually correct those issues. Otherwise, the opportunity which is in front of us will miss and can move out of the boundary of the country and may go to the neighboring countries. So, as a regulator, Dr. Dheeraj also said, Dr. Reddy also said, that we have opened multiple channels of communication. And I think the feedback which we get is that this is happening for the first time, that regulator in India is so accessible. We have created platforms. We have launched channels like MedTech Mitra, where a couple of days back in one of the official forums, the data which was presented is about 400 projects have actually been discussed on the platform of MedTech Mitra. And I'm sure all of you know MedTech Mitra, right? So 400 projects in a span of about a year is a humongous and a great success for the people who are driving it. It's a joint initiative under leadership of Niti Aayog, CDSCO and ICMR. And everybody is so positive about it. And I also learned the same day that one of the products is actually got the manufacturing license also, which came out of the, or maybe under review. So that whole thinking about around that initiative is actually taking shape now towards positive. And even if we are able to translate the 10% or 20% of those in the ideas which are coming on that platform, you can imagine that how big that is going to be for this country. Similarly, I personally meet twice a week without appointment with anybody in a walk-in format. And more than 50%, let me also tell you, more than 50% of all those people who are coming to see me with problems or for need of clarity are from medical device industry. These small industries in MSME sector, small importers, they walk in and just talk to me. And more than 80% of the issues which I have actually been presented, they have been resolved on the same day. So, we are doing, and PRO system certainly is there. And I also know that our system, the telephone numbers, everybody has everybody's telephone numbers, and people call for clarity on informal settings also. On the lighter side, I talk on forums that our organization is so transparent that people know before me that something has happened in CDSCO. So that kind of transparency we have in our system. And so people are taking advantage and use of those systems. So just wanted to let you know that regulator is available for solving your issues. But these kind of setups are important because the two parties, I won't say two parties, but two components of the same system, when they start interpreting the regulation in a different way, then this conflict arises. I'll give you one example which is very recent on the flat panel detector issue of import, right? So there is a thought among importers that why should it be licensed? And there is a justification from regulator side that why it should be licensed. And we say that that is probably the most important component of any digital system which is in radiology, mainly the X-ray, suppose X-rays. Unless until we control the quality of the flat panel detector in an X-ray machine, it has all the reasons to impact the quality of the final X-ray machine. And that is the reason why it need to be regulated if it has to be imported. The regulator should know, and you should know in fact, that from where it is coming, what is the quality, what is the antecedent, what is the legacy, what is the systems, procedures in the manufacturer's place, how robust and how strong are the systems so that batch to batch consistency among every batch or every piece is consistent in quality, which is basically the specification which they have to meet. If we do not control that through regulation or import regulation, who takes the guarantee that two pieces of the same batch or two batches of the same manufacturer or maybe product from different manufacturers are actually coming with the same quality? But the point is, when the argument comes that no, if I have a manufacturing license of X-ray machine, why should I get the import license for flat panel detector? So for us that becomes irrational. Anything and everything which has impact on the quality of the final medical device has to be regulated. And there are many such examples. Then the statement comes that we never used to get this kind of problem, or nobody stopped us. That may be right, but that doesn't mean that we keep on doing for the whole life. If the regulation has been bought, so any day if it has to be implemented, or by chance or by design, if we start reviewing and we find that something is not implemented properly and we do that, it should not become a point of conflict. We can certainly negotiate that what is the way out for the industry to come out of the problem if they are facing. And that's what exactly we did. We did allow the manufacturers who were representing that their manufacturing or their production is getting impacted, they have commitment for deliveries. So we gave them the conditional import license, cleared the consignment in a conditional way for 3 months, and requested them to get the license in these 3 months. So we are also, we know that where the intervention is required and in what way the intervention is required. So you have to understand the regulator is not against manufacturers. We are also working for you, because both of us are working for this country. So we should not be in a mentality of opposing everything which is happening. If you think properly, if you think deep, whatever regulator does, at the end of the day, we do it for the country and benefit of the public health. 1 or 2 manufacturers may get impacted because of that. But on larger scale, at the scale of public health, it will never be against that. It will always be in favor of public health, whatever we do. And unfortunately, because of the size of this country and size of the manufacturing fraternity, we cannot make everybody happy. So you have to understand that. We have to do that balance. So regulator certainly feels when we get only the criticism that whatever we are doing is not right. That's a completely different mentality. So on the lighter side, a couple of days ago, some very senior functionary from government called me and asked that, I see a very positive comment from XYZ on social media. So what have you done that gentleman has given a positive comment for the first time? So for a second, I was also basically confused that what have I done? And then I went into my records and found that couple of things which we recently did, and the gentleman was very generous to send a positive comment on that. So we would like to get those kind of comments more often than once in a while. So very interesting thing happened in this flat panel detector. So there are manufacturers and there are traders, right? So both of them import. So we said that since the manufacturing is getting impacted, we will give conditional import license to manufacturers and let the importers who are trading, let them get the import license in the routine, and then they will be allowed to do that. So when this news is spread, immediately in my Tuesday, Thursday meetings, one gentleman came that I have a manufacturing license and nobody is letting me import, and I'm not getting the conditional license. What is the issue? So I said, okay, so just show me your manufacturing license. So he started looking at my face that what is this? What is manufacturing license? So I said, you don't have manufacturing license? No. No, I have applied. So he started with the statement that I have been supplying X-ray machines for years, and then now I'm facing problem. You are not giving me the license to import the FPD. Okay, fine. Then when you have been supplying for years, show me your manufacturing license. And then he understood that he is at a wrong place. In front of the country's regulator, he is saying that he is actually manufacturing X-ray machines without license. Right? So just to get the import license, the gentleman applied a manufacturing license also, and then started asserting on me that you have to give me import license because I am a manufacturer. The moment he understood, he was like this, sir galti hogi mere se, please kisi ko bhejiyega mat mere yahan kal audit ke liye. I said, nahi, main kyun bhejunga? Matlab, it's okay if you have realized your fault, I mean, good for you, but don't do these kind of juggleries with regulator, otherwise ultimately kisi din phas jaoge. So then he went away. So Indian brain is probably the smartest. They try to find out the way, but we should actually find the way towards right direction, towards the positive direction, not to fool regulator, because regulators are also Indian brains, you have to understand. So coming to associations, because I know most of the medical device association is sitting here. So as a regulator, we are doing whatever best is possible within the resources which we have. But we also have lots of expectation from associations. So first of all, associations, I ask mostly on the drug side that whenever you guys come, you always ask that government is not giving this, government is not giving that, government should give more tax rebate, no regulation should be there, but everything is fine. But tell me one thing which you have given to government, right, as an association. So initially they had nothing to say. Because as a regulator, as a government, the expectation from our side is also that associations, when they represent the manufacturing community, they have the members who are the manufacturers. So they should also support government in propagating the message of the government. And I am very happy to say in last 2 years, I have been pushing the drug regulators, drug associations, and now I see most of them have started at least contributing in the awareness for their members. They are running free awareness campaigns. They are collaborating with CDSCO for all these hybrid mode awareness campaigns on different aspects. When we revised our Schedule M and this implementation came, we have actually touched more than 30,000 stakeholders in a collaborative mode with the drug association representatives, right? IDMA, IPA, FOPE, all of them are now working with CDSCO to propagate and conduct these awareness sessions. Now, and that culture is actually picking up. There is an organization called SPDS, so they are actually doing now technical training on specific topics like dissolution, importance of dissolution, and they are bringing their own resources. They are going to all these clusters where like Baddi, Hyderabad, and Ahmedabad, and those kind of places. So association is actually now chipping in and helping regulator to make their members aware about the regulation wherever some new change is happening. So this is the right time for the medical device industry associations to start doing at a larger scale, because the whole regulation is new and there is some kind of off and on conflicts, the different interpretations. This is the right time for associations to chip in, bring in the resource person from industry, from regulators, from research, because all said and done, you guys have money, right? So spend in some good cause also. Also, one learning which I want to avoid from the drug side into medical device, and in the beginning only I said that there are concerns on quality. The signals are coming that some non-compliances are happening, which is actually impacting the product quality also. To the extent that users, the doctors and hospitals, in some cases are refusing to use products which are made by, unfortunately, some manufacturers in India. So we have to understand the issue rather than just challenging that it is a construct of the big companies, or the users are being managed. Please look into the real problem and see if there is a problem, try to solve it, rather than just blaming to the system that it is happening because of XYZ, and it's not real. Right? So one request which I have from associations especially, that please chip in at the right time beyond awareness for your members to understand the importance of quality at the national and international both. And please take it as your responsibility. Don't only ask that what government is giving. That is one ask from government side and regulator side, that please help us propagate this message of quality product manufacturing, because that is going to hit us very badly if we don't pull our socks at the right time. Understanding regulation is also important because of the statement which we always get that we did not know that this is regulated, right? Ignorance of law is not an excuse for not complying with the law. It's a very clear statement in the legal system. So do everything so that you know the regulation and you don't have the opportunity to say that I did not know that this is regulated. There are channels, there are people, there are platforms who would clarify if you need. You can go for personal tutors also if you want to understand, if you're not understanding, because it's important. And at the end, it's not a warning, but we might start risk-based inspections in medical device industry, which is the most noise-creating event in drug side. We have audited more than 800 companies based on a framework for identifying the risk or risky industry, and the kind of observations which we have got from those industries is mind-boggling. I can bet that things are happening which you cannot imagine. I never imagined that this can also happen in a drug manufacturing setup, from where the medicines are being manufactured and patients are taking it. I don't want to repeat that in medical device industry. It's a humble request. And I also know that when I start RBI in medical device industry, I will get the same kind of noise initially, that people are being targeted, industry is being targeted, this is not justified and all that. But after 2 years of consistent RBI in drug side, now the industry also appreciates that whatever we did is for the good of the industry and the country and the world. The same thing will happen in medical device also, because when you start looking the impact of these RBIs, it is always for the positive and growth of the industry. So just a request, not a warning, that please prepare yourself in future for risk-based inspections in medical devices. And at the end, I always think that the industry has to give regulator the opportunity not to regulate. And it's not my responsibility not to regulate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dignitaries, for your insightful thoughts. Now I would request Mr. Atul Grover to kindly felicitate Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi. I would also request Mr. Grover to kindly felicitate Dr. Dheeraj Shah and Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy. I would request Dr. Reddy to kindly felicitate Mr. Atul Grover and request all dignitaries to kindly come forward for a group picture, please. Group picture. Thank you so much. We're going to take a short break, a short tea and coffee break, and we will resume our first session, Regulatory Requirements, Devices, Component, Accessories and Spare Parts, from 12 o'clock. Thank you. With our next session, regulatory requirements, devices, component, accessories, and spare parts with Mr. Asim Sahu, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO. In a couple of minutes, request you all to kindly be seated. Good morning. We now move into our first session, regulatory requirements, devices, components, accessories, and spare parts, where Mr. Asim Sahu, Deputy Drugs Controller at CDSCO, will discuss the regulatory requirements for medical devices, components, accessories, and spare parts. Please welcome Mr. Asim Sahu. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you.
So, first of all, good morning to all of you. And this is the first time that the regulator has come up in support of the associations for interaction with the stakeholders. So I hope that though there is a lot of interaction platform forums created by the CDSCO, not only this is the workshop sort of things, but also there is a, as morning DCGI and Dr. Ishwar Reddy has conveyed, CDSCO has PRO cell also. CDSCO has tie-up with the ICMR and Niti Aayog and come up with the MedTech portal where the interaction with the stakeholders. The stakeholders means if you see the status of the MedTech portal, almost 400 already that you might aware of that proposal we have discussed in that platform, but all belongs to the manufacturers and certain innovators, startups are there, but mostly the manufacturers and an importer also, they are getting benefit from the portal for the regulatory guidance and the supports on the conduct of clinical study, clinical investigations, or development of their product. Whenever they are coming up with the technology, new technology, how they can upgrade their technology, how they can incorporate more that aspects on the particular devices, all those guidance we are providing through that portal so that India would have the lot of innovative medical devices in the country. And lot of that devices recently what we have discussed in the forum is based on the AI and ML. So still there is a scope for the interaction for the clarification on the regulatory guidance. So this platform we have created, and also we'll hope that in future also such workshop will be conducted throughout the country, and lot of stakeholder will be benefited. Also not only the stakeholder means the industry, the regulator will also be benefited by way of interaction. They can directly understand the concern actually, though we are in the mode of the simplification of the regulatory requirement, so that people will understand what is the actually the spirit of the law. So this workshop, that certain topic we have covered, and the topic which is the mostly concern raised by the industry only, though it is not the new, because the regulation when it becomes implemented or started, so that body is aware that now India has come up with the regulation of all the medical devices. So when we talk about all the medical devices, means irrespective of the category of the devices. Earlier, the scope was limited to the certain category of the devices which is notified by the Government of India. But still there is a limitations concern, because India is progressive and this medtech sector is sunrise sector as declared by the higher authority of the country, Honorable Prime Minister Sahab. So this sector is growing and new technology are coming in India. So the recent concern what we have faced regarding the component, accessory and the spare parts, that is the important, that integral part we can say, certain that things are integral part of the main devices. So for the regulation of such devices, where the clarity is required or what the actually regulatory requirement that need to be fulfilled, though it is clearly in the rule, but to have the interaction and to understand the more clarity on that issue, we have come up with this discussion on this forum, and we'll discuss. So in my first presentation, that industry, if you talk about the industry, we all aware of that the growth rate is 12% around. Last 2 years, 3 years, if you compare, this sector is growing at the rate of 12% as per the CGR. And total global contribution, if you see, right now the India is contributing 1.5% of the global market. But the government is expecting that in next certain years that will reach to at least 15% of the global market share with this medtech sectors. And we are committed, the government is committed, and lot of that steps are being taken to have the ecosystem in the medtech sector in the country. So many that the scheme has come. We all aware that National Medical Device Policy 2023 has come up, and also in one of the major component of the National Medical Device Policy is the streamlining the regulatory mechanism for the medical devices. So for that, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has come up with the comprehensive regulation, and regulation now we have come with the rules. Still there is a scope for the separate that chapters or the separate that law for the drugs, and also we have made that efforts, though it is yet to be that considered, but it is already ready for the consideration. In India, if you see the I think there is some If you see the import that market size in India, totally 80% are import, 20% only that we have the indigenous capability. And the 20% if you see that we have the mostly capability for manufacturing of the disposables, ortho implantable devices and in vitro diagnostic. These are the major that segment where the India has come up with the full dependency. We are exporting these, and it is not key that India's product is being accepted by the other country, but the most stringent regulatory authority also they are considering the product being manufactured in the country and exported to that country. So the disposables, all the disposable, India has built up its indigenous capability. Implant, if you see the implant, we have the implantable devices like orthopedic implants, cardiac stents, heart valves, IOLs. These are the major that implantable devices where we have the indigenous capability and the lot of that quality product we are producing and exporting to most of the developed country. In vitro diagnostic, it is also similar cases. Only the concern what we have seen that high-end medical equipment, the India is still that has to be come up with the indigenous capability. And lot of that indigenous manufacturers, big player, has come up for the manufacturing of high-tech, high-end medical equipment, so that for high-end medical equipment also, the India should have the indigenous dependency and then they can export high-end quality product to those countries. As already morning that we have discussed, once the MDR 2017 we have implemented, since then, last 5 years to 7 years, we have approved more than 3,800 of manufacturing sites license, and if you see the 3,850 approximate that site, these sites belongs to all the class of the devices. In these sites, out of that 358, more than 850 manufacturing sites, same premises, they are involved in the manufacturing of high-risk devices like Class C or Class D devices. So this is the number of the license we are talking about, and the import license also around 10,000 that licenses, means 10,000 sites, foreign manufacturing sites we have registered. And in terms of the volume of the individual devices, if you see, it is available on the CDSCO website, will have the more than 1,50,000 of the medical devices, both from the manufacturing and the imported side, that CDSCO approved under the medical device rules since its implementation. So this is the growth in terms of that licensing what we have approved after implementation of the Medical Device Rule 2017. Now all aware of that the law, what is the law? Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940. Since 1940, lot of amendments carried out, and objective of this law is to regulate the import, manufacturing, sale, distribution of the drugs and cosmetics. Drugs, the devices, we all aware, devices comes under the definition of the drugs, 3B4 mainly, where the government has to notify the certain category of the device from time to time, and once it is notified, then it is as per the effective date of that implementation, the device will regulate it. So in that definitions, in that drug definitions 3B4, the Government of India, Ministry of Health and Welfare has notified the definition, and we all aware that definition was notified in the year 2020, 11 February 2020, and the effective date of that implementation of that notification is 1st April 2020. So from 1st April 2020, when that device definition has been notified under 3B4 of the drug definitions, we have given the sufficient time to the industry for its implementation. And for implementation of those devices which were not regulated prior to that notification. The devices which is already notified and regulated Already that implementation was carried out prior to this implementation of the new definitions. So for the other category which is not prior to this notification was there, for those category of the medical devices, we have given the sufficient transition time for implementation of the regulation of the medical device rule 2017. And medical device rule, why we have published that, why the need for the medical device rule 2017? Because in the drug rules we don't have the specific requirement with respect to the import, manufacture, sale, distribution, as well as the clinical investigation of the medical devices. So the medical device rule, to have the specific requirement for this, we have come up and implemented with effect from 1st of January 2018. And the regulation of this is the history of the medical devices. You see that since 1983 till 2020, so many that notifications and the rules have been amended for regulation of the medical devices. And now after 10, 11, 2 and 2020, the last major notification with respect to the regulation of the medical devices, all the devices come under the regulation, and this is the definition what we have notified. So this definition also that require again that to cover all the devices still, because certain that limitations with this definition, if you see, it is also that need to be further that revised, but also that it covers almost all the medical devices what we have regulated so far. So under this rule, the basic difference, if you see from the drugs and definition medical devices, though they have their intended to be used for the diagnosis, prevention, treatment, or of any disease or disorder, the basic difference what we need to understand is the devices does not achieve its primary intended function by way of its immunological, metabolic, or pharmacological action or physiological process. So this is the basic difference, and if you see the definition, it covers all. The definition also includes the accessories. What the concern, whether the accessory is regulated, accessory, which accessories? Only those accessory which has its intended therapeutic purposes. It is not all the accessory that require the license. The accessory which cover under this definition only require the regulatory requirement to fulfill the regulatory requirement. So it is clear, very clear from the definition that the accessory, if it is intended for some therapeutic purposes as prescribed in the definitions, that require the regulatory requirement, and based on the risk of that accessory, the applicant or the importer or manufacturers, they need to fulfill the regulatory requirement. If it accessory belongs to, because all the devices what we have been regulated is based on the risk of the classes. The base of that part that based on the risk of the classes, requirement for the documentation also differs, and requirement of the quality management also differs from the low risk to high risk. So also for the certain low risk devices like class A, non-strain, non-measurable, we have given exemptions for the requirement of the manufacturing license, requirement of the import license, requirement of the new investigation, new in vitro diagnostic permissions, or the investigation medical device permission. At a certain exemption we have given. Only such devices that require the registration with the CDSCO portal. The CDSCO portal what we have created for the licensing system of the medical devices, through that they need to fulfill the registration requirement for the devices, whether it is accessory or the component which attacks these definitions or the devices itself. And by way of the registration that can be regulated. For other devices, based on the risk, if does not belong to class A, non-strain, non-measurable, they need to take the license. Mandatory license is there. And the requirement is also clearly prescribed in the medical device rule. Implementation, all aware that, also warning the Dr. Reddy sir has clarified that with effect from 1st of October 2023, all the medical devices has come under the licensing regime. though we have also given the additional certain timeline, almost 9-month timeline, again we have extended for its implementation, but right nowadays all the devices without license, if it is imported or manufactured in the country, it is the non-conformance of the requirement, and that it is a violation, major violations, and that appropriate action, that provision is there for taking appropriate action on such. That is very clear key for any of the devices, if it is not having the adequate requisite license for its import or manufacture in the country for marketing, it is violation of the law, and the appropriate action need to be taken on such cases. This is the total that number of that approval so far we have given under the medical device rule since its implementation with effect from 1st January 2018. So you just see that August 22, after that there is a peak, and also July 2023, after that you just see approximate in the month, if you see the October 2022 and the October 2023, the number of licenses, maximum number of licenses that the CDSCO has approved during that period. And because that the implementation of that our new rule, that is the implementation of the 648 and also the 102 GSR, consequent to that, this is the now average that approval that in the CDSCO headquarter, and also this includes the state authority, whatever the license issued by the state authority. The approximately that 1500 total approval by way of manufacturing license or the import license, or there is a test license and also certain certificates or the neutral codes, etc., that is being issued under the medical device rules. Standards, if you talk about the standards clearly says whatever the standards published by the Bureau of Indian Standard, that is the mandatory requirement for the standard of the medical devices. If there is a no BIS standard, Bureau of Indian Standards, in such cases the ISO or IEC standards is applicable. If there is a no ISO or IEC standards, then other applicable, if it is a pharmacopoeia standards or other applicable standard, they can, the manufacturers can adopt that standards. If there is a no standard, then manufacturers validated standards is applicable for the particular devices after approval from the licensing authority. So this is the product standards of the medical devices. And also the process standard, we need to understand that process standard, that is, we can say that the parallel standard in terms of the medical devices. And here also we have made in the rule 6 of the medical device rule, where the manufacturer can establish the essential principle checklist for to establish the safety and performance of the medical devices to be manufactured at their premises. And accordingly, the manufacturers, they need to establish their essential principle checklist for the particular devices, and for the guidance of this, the CDSCO, the ministry is already published the guidelines for the medical essential principle checklist guidelines, which is available on the website, and as per that guidance the manufacturer has to establish, and accordingly they need to implement the applicable standards, and they need to carry out also the test as per the standards prescribed by the manufacturer under their essential principle checklist of the particular medical devices. Now come to the accessory and component. What is the accessory? Though in the medical device definition, if you see chapter 1, which talks about the definitions also, so there is no specific definition in the medical device rule 2017 with respect to the accessory of the medical devices. What is the accessory? So generally, if you see the what is the accessory is a finished medical devices. It is a finished devices, we can't say the medical devices, intended to support, supplement and or augment the performance of one or more parent devices. In general, that is accessory, the globally what they have defined, it is the it is a devices which is to be used for support or supplement or strengthen the performance of the one or more devices. Such accessory shall be intended specifically by its manufacturer to be used together with the particular medical devices to enable or assist the medical devices to be used in accordance with its intended function. So the accessory, example of the accessory, in certain examples to understand better, printer of the X-ray machine. The printer, though printer itself separately, it is a falls under the definitions, but it is an accessory. But doesn't mean कि all accessory that falls under the definition of the medical devices. But the devices, the accessory which attacks the definition require the regulations. So here the printer is the accessory. X-ray machine can perform its function as per the intended purpose. But if that digital form, that print out that hard copy, if certain need to be taken through this printer, they can use that. So printer is an example of that accessory in case of the X-ray devices. Support stand for the infusion pump. Infusion pump has its intended purposes. To help to assist the infusion pump, there is a supporting that stand. So supporting stand, if somebody is manufacturing, also it is a accessory to that devices. Y connector, extension tubes, three-way stopcock, classic example of the accessory. Three-way stopcock itself is it has its intended purposes. It can be used with IV cannula. It can be used with the perfusion sets or may not be used if it is not necessary. So for such an accessory which attacks the definition of the medical devices, they require the license if it is to be imported or if it is to be manufactured for the purpose of marketing in the country. Similarly, component. If you see the component, though this definition is not there in the medical device rule, but the understanding what that globally also they have globally regulation, it is clearly that they have defined. The component means any raw material, substance, pieces, part, software, firmware or assembly which is intended to be included as part of the finished devices. If the manufacturer of the component claims it is intended to use for the medical purposes, definitely such that component is required regulation, required license under the medical device regulations. The example morning that already DCG sir has explained, the flat panel detector. It is the major component of the X-ray machines. X-ray tubes, another that major component of the X-ray machines. So such devices where the component is the major component which has the impact on it, the characteristic or the performance of the main equipment which affect their performance, such major components only that require the regulation to ensure that the product is safe for use in the main devices. And also this component individually, if you see the claim of the component, though it is a component, is not, it cannot be standalone use for any intended purpose. It is to be used with the X-ray machines or the particular main devices only. But the claim of this component, if you see, it is intended to be used for X-ray machine for the therapeutic purposes. There are so many X-ray machines are there. If it is not for the therapeutic, some scanning for security reason, it is there. If it is to be used for that, it is not claiming, the regulator is not bothering about that because of the claim of the devices. But that X-ray machine which is intended for the therapeutic purpose, etc., and where the specific component is to be used, such components attacks the definitions and also as per the claim it is considered as a medical devices, and for that they need to take the license under the medical device rule 2017 as far as Indian regulation is concerned. Some of the example of the component: flat panel detector, X-ray tubes, MRI coil, LCD display, mechanical monitor, and all that in the classification list. If you see, most, though it is a component separately, individually, if you see, it appears as a component, but it is in the classification list of the CDSCO, or also globally if you compare the classification list of other stringent regulatory authority, these components are considered as a medical devices, and they have classified this component also. They have classified based on the intended use, and what is the intended purpose of these devices, it is clearly defined. Also in the CDSCO classification list, it is very clearly mentioned that this devices belongs to that particular class, and what is the intended use. Still, if somebody is thinking since it is a component, does not active the definitions, and it does not require the license, then there is again they need to have more clarity on that issue. So first you see whether, because the flat panel detector what we have seen, or other X-ray tubes, the people, the stakeholders, they are having that concern whether it is regulated or not regulated, and earlier prior to that, when it is brought to the notice of the authority, it is being imported or being manufactured in the country without having the valid license. So we have given them certain clarification. Accordingly, they have submitted the applications, and also we have considered the licenses, not what the routine timeline. Exceptionally, we have given the certain timeline we have given with the conditional license, so that the availability of the devices or the supply chain should not be suffer. Spare parts, it is also, it is a part of the component. The spare parts used to repair or the maintain medical devices, which ensure that the device remains functional throughout its lifespan. So some of the example you see, the spare parts, ECG cables, replaceable bulbs, or the surgical lights, replaceable sensors. So whatever these devices, what the category we have given, whether it is a component or the accessory, the CDSCO has clarified already in the FAQ what is the accessory and what is the requirement, regulatory requirement for the accessories. What is the regulatory requirement for the component? Which component require license? Which component does not require the license? We have clearly mentioned in the FAQ, and this FAQ was published in the 1 year back, that we have revised that, and clearly we have mentioned, and it is very clearly says that if you see the accessory, which accessory require license, which attack the definition of the medical device rule, which is notified by GSR 648 11 February 2020. The component also, it is not all component we are insisting for the licenses. The major component, you just see the spare part, where we have mentioned, if the component or the part of the medical devices changes the performance or safety characteristic or the intended purpose of the medical devices, that it is considered as a critical and that require the license. So clearly we have given in the FAQ, and also it is circulated to the industry for clarification key for these devices, they also need to fulfill the regulatory requirement prior to its import or manufacture in the country. Regulatory status, you are talking that it is why it is regulated. You just see the globally also such major components are being regulated by this authority, and also they have classified the devices based on the risk of this product. So if you see the Y connector, it is regulated as a class 2A, 2 or class 3 by the stringent authority. I have not named that which authority actually it is, but it is mostly it is moderate to high risk devices. Similarly, extension tubes or the X-ray devices or the prop, these are the accessory. I have given certain example to understand ki, okay, why it is required and why, whether it is classified or it is has some risk. So based on the risk associated, these are the various classification of this particular type of the accessory, and also it is regulated by that stringent regulatory authorities in their country. And when the application are submitting, the importer or the manufacturer, importer especially, they are producing all the regulatory certificates and the quality certificate belongs to these devices. So nobody can say ki because there is a constraint, because of the non-requirement or certain document, inadequate document as per the requirement, that cannot be registered or the license for import into the country. So these are the classification for the component. These are the classification. Also the same line, because the classification, what criteria we have adopted, it is harmonized criteria for the classification of the medical devices or in vitro diagnostics. So based on that also, our classification are having the same line what the classification globally carried out by these such the devices. Now, since it falls under the definition, this type of that component or accessory, license is required. If it is import, import license is required. If it is for manufacturing, license is required. Now, who is the authority for import? We are aware that Central Licensing Authority, that is the CDSCO, is responsible for grant of the import license. And for the manufacturing, if that accessory component or the certain spare part, which is the major component of the particular devices, the concern based on the risk, if it is low risk devices, the concerned state licensing authority is responsible for grant of the license. If it is a high risk devices, the central licensing authority is responsible for grant of the manufacturing license for that. Now the chapters, relevant chapters, we all aware, the medical device rule have total 12 chapters. Each chapter have different that provision. For manufacturing, the detail that procedure is prescribed in chapter 4 of the medical device rule. And for import, chapter 5. And the labeling requirement, the chapter 6 prescribe the labeling requirement, what should be the label of the devices. The applicant has to, or the manufacturer has to fulfill the requirement. If that particular devices belongs to the investigational medical devices or the new in vitro diagnostic kits, definitely they need to go through the new medical device route approval, and after that the license is issued for its import or manufacture in the country. The requirement, what the technical document that the applicant need to submit is clearly prescribed in the chapter 4 of the schedule 4 of the medical device rule. And the post approval changes, basically the post approval changes means the changes in the medical devices is made by the manufacturer after taking the approval from the licensing authority for marketing of the devices. If certain changes is to be carried out after its approval for use in the Indian population or the human being, to such changes, what the regulatory approval is there, that provision is given in the 6th schedule of the medical device rule 2017, and also the 7th schedule if it is a new medical devices or the investigational medical devices or new in vitro diagnostic, definitely the requirement is given in the 7th schedule of the medical device rule. This is the flow chart, though all are aware ki what is the regulatory procedures for obtaining the manufacturing license of the medical devices. Appropriate application form is there. Low risk medical devices, class A and class B devices, the application is MD 3 or 4. 4 is the loan license, 3 is the manufacturing license. For class C and D, class MD 9 is the application, and sorry, MD 7 is the application, and MD 8 is the loan license applications. Requisite fees, second schedule gives the detail about the fees, and then the technical documents. where they need to submit the plant master file and the device master file of the applied products, and the details already I have explained, and you are also aware of that. The fourth schedule of the medical device rule gives the detailed technical document that need to be submitted to the central licensing authority or the state licensing authority to have more clarity on the certain requirement of the law. The guidance, certain guidance documents are published in the CDSCO websites. Also, the FAQ for where the regulatory requirement is there, which devices where there is a certain exemptions, all those clarification is also provided through way of the FAQ. And if you see the FAQ, you will have the lot of more clarity on the requirement of the medical device rule 2017. Also in the CDSCO website to have more understanding on the regulatory pathway for manufacturing of the medical devices from the developmental stage to the commercialization. What are the regulatory pathway they need to follow? Also that guidance in the form of the flow chart for the requirement of the various licenses. It is given and available on the website. Also morning what the DCJ has also conveyed that we are to have the more simplification on the regulation, more clarity on the specific requirement of the law, that we are coming up with the certain tool tip so that for the requirement what the actually regulators wants the industry to submit, which type of the document, all that clarification as a part of the tool tip we are providing to the portal, so that when you are going to submit the application, you will have certain instruction prior to uploading the document, relevant document on that portal, so that it can be give more clarity and minimize the timeline for the approval, and you will understand the requirement that is to be submitted to the authority for the approval. This is that flow chart. You all are aware of that also. This that we are providing through the MedTech portal also to various stakeholder. They should, from the prototype to the commercially, what the steps they need to follow, because what we have seen also, certain that innovator and the manufacturer, they have developed the product without obtaining any license under the medical device rules. So that is also one of the violation. If something devices, if it is even in the pilot still, if somebody is manufacturing without license, there is another violation. And also the data what they have generated, that cannot be accepted for the regulatory approval also. So to give the more clarity, they should first take the test license to develop the test batches, generate the data, submit the data for the approval of the particular products. After that, what if the product belongs to the investigation or the new in vitro diagnostic, what regulatory pathway they need to fulfill, and finally for manufacturing and import, if it is so, that they need to fulfill the other that requirement or the obtain the license from the concerned licensing authority. This is another that, because what we have seen while reviewing of all the applications, certain that non-compliances with respect to submission of the information in the legal forms. So what we understand, and it is also uploaded on the website of the CDSCO. Recently we have uploaded these to give the more clarity to the applicant, and so that they understand these are the information that need to be submitted. And this is in line with what the technical document also, because it is not only if somebody is mentioning the intended use, and in the legal form it is mentioned differently, in their device master file it is mentioned differently. It is not aligned, the IFU is not aligned with the device master file or the legal document. So series of the query that the authority is being issued, to avoid that, to give the more clarity, that should be in the line of the what the technical document they have generated, what they have published, what the literature says, and what the legal form, or even the approval obtained from the other authority. In the IFU, certain IFU, if it is approved by the certain authority, the IFU and what the intended use mentioned in the legal form is mismatching also. Also in the domestic cases, the manufacturer, they have published their literature or their IFU, where they have mentioned different that intended use. In the legal form when they are submitting for the approval, it is again different. If the license what the applicant is obtained from the licensing authority, where the specific intended use for the particular devices is there, if that intended use is not matching with their IFU or the prescribed information or other technical documents, it is a violation again. So to avoid that, to sensitize the stakeholders, that we have given clarity, your legal form should be submitted, the information mentioned in the legal form should be submitted like that, and accordingly we have uploaded. And for all the application, it is not it is for the 1 or 2, for the test license, for the manufacturing of the test batches, test license for import, permission for obtaining the investigational medical devices, permission to conduct the clinical investigation of the investigation, all that we have devised that, and we are uploading that also, so that it would give the better clarity and avoid also unnecessary query. So that efforts we have made on the website of the CDSCO, and also while submitting the application, the tooltip is being provided, so that before uploading any of the data, the applicant should aware what the actually information, technical document they need to upload to avoid the unnecessary query on their applications. So this is all about that requirement for the accessory component or the medical devices, and this is from my end. And if you have any query, so I will ready to answer that query.
Hello.
So regarding components, we need some more clarity. Yeah. In the past, the clarification given to us for components was that if a component is going to be used as a medical device, only then, even if it's coming as a non-sterile or in bulk, even then as a manufacturer, we need to have an import license. For example, if I'm making syringes and needles, if I'm going to be importing needles, which can be used as a standalone medical device, I need an import license for the needles. But if I'm importing a gasket or a cannula, which should be assembled to make the syringe and cannot be used as a medical device, there was no need for seeking an import license, even though it's a critical product. What we find is the FAQ has now changed. The second paragraph has been added. In the second paragraph, you added over there in your own manner of definition for criticality of use. Now the MDR did not really define that components were going to be regulated. Later on, you may have had the thought, and it's completely okay for a regulator to decide what he wants to regulate, or the government to decide what they want to regulate. But yes, you came to a thought that maybe USA is doing certain panels or certain tubes. If USA is doing it, we should also do it. Completely fine. What we would like to see in this particular case over here is, like you've given medical devices under the classification list, and if certain components you deem to be critical, then it should be coming in through the classification list, number one, and discussed with the industry, and then given timeline to the industry that we intend to regulate these kind of components in the next 6 months' time. We have not done it so far. Don't take history as the precedent, but going forward, it can be done. What we don't want is that the shipment lands at the airport or at the seaport, and suddenly we are told, "Iska apne import license nahi liya." Ye to critical hai. What is criticality has not been defined in the MDR. We would like that to be defined over there. For example, sir, syringe, gasket is critical. Without that, the syringe cannot work. It can jam or it can leak. That means for gasket it is critical. That means I import license for the gasket also. The needle, the cannula is critical because it's painful and can cause an abscess or can cause an injury to the patient. Is the most important part of the needle is the syringe. So how do we define criticality? That we don't want arbitrariness. That the port officer in Delhi is saying no problem and the port officer in Bombay is saying no, bad job. आपके shipment नहीं निकाल सकते हम. How do we address this issue? Because what you have explained so far, frankly, I've still not got clarity. I'm still confused.
So to clarify further, in the classification list, as you have already told, whatever the component or the product you are going to regulate it, it should be clearly defined in the classification list, or the FAQ, it should be clearly mentioned that only. So we have already carried out that exercise and certain that category of the devices we have uploaded, that revised classification list of the certain category we have also uploaded. And also we have asked the feed comments from the stakeholders that we have. It is not the final, it is the draft, that classification list, updated classification list, where you will see lot of the devices. Some also belongs to the component. It is not always component. And again I am telling you, it is very clear that all the component of the devices are not under regulation. Only those components which attack the definition I have told. So it is, if the claim, because the devices, if it is claimed for the certain intended purpose which belongs to the therapeutic, only such devices as if it is a component covered under the device. So
I'm still confused.
So
for my gasket or going forward, history, forget about history. Going forward for my cannulas or for my gaskets, do I need to apply for import license, because now under your FAQ it falls under the critical?
So better, again I am telling you better, because medical devices, it is a, just now we have come up with the regulation.
Yes.
Lot of challenges, not from the regulatory and from the industry and also there. So for that, what I suggest to as an association or on behalf of the certain devices where certain clarification that you need to require, we are providing that clarification also. Okay, for these are the major other components, whether it is regulated or not. Better you submit to that, will further give the clarification of that particular category of the component. But right now what we have done, based on the category of the particular devices, we are including that in the classification list. So that nobody can say in the classification list it is not there, so it is not regulated, and we have inputted this.
So can we come to an understanding that until it comes into the classification list,
we are updating,
no
but
port officer will be stopping the shipment?
It is not like that, because the classification is also, it is a dynamic list, you know that. New technology are coming, new products are coming, which is not always, from time to time we are upgrading that classification list of the devices. There may be a scope that list is, the particular product is not included in the classification list. So for that, because all the devices are under regulations, so if it is not included in the classification list, I would suggest better for such devices you first seek the clarification, and we'll give the regulatory guidance on that, whether it is regulated or not. If it is regulated, to which class it may fall.
Not device, a component.
Again I am telling you, for the component, if it falls under the definition of the medical devices, we will give the clarification. And also we are providing.
So until the clarification comes, can we request that the regulator may not stop any shipment, and only after clarification is issued, only after that there should be a 6 months notice available to all the country for manufacturers and port officers before the stop shipments, because otherwise manufacturing gets disrupted.
Better
we don't
again,
want to pay damages and suddenly manufacturer is not aware that regulated hai
it is not, it is not that manufacturers don't say that, because already since 2018 we have come up with the regulation, and everybody is aware of all the devices come under the regulation.
Yes, sir.
Unknowingly somebody is telling since it is not reflected in the classification list, so we are understanding it is not regulated, and because of that we have imported. It is certain that it is not that the
so
correct that. Again I am telling you.
Is gasket or a cannula regulated or not?
Cannula is regulated, you are aware of that.
Needle were regulated, not cannulas.
Cannula, IV cannula. If you talk
not
about
IV
the IV
I'm
cannula.
talking about cannula means the
so
metal
that's
part
why you
which
give
assembles
the
into the needle.
Exactly, that you need.
That's called a cannula.
Cannula means catheter you are talking about. Catheter,
Cannula
it
is the steel point which is assembled with the how to make the needle.
Exactly, you are aware of that better about your particular devices. You come up with the list of that devices where you need to have more clarity for the regulatory requirement. We'll give that clarity prior to import that. We'll provide you the clarification whether license is required or not. It attract the definition or not. Accordingly, you take the steps for import or manufacturing of the particular devices.
Okay, sir. Tomorrow we send a letter to you.
Please
and
send
tomorrow you send us a reply that yes,
we are providing that clarification
that it is going to be regulated or it's under regulation.
We'll give that necessary clarification.
We still need, what we are still seeking is, after you give the clarification, kindly provide a 6 months timeline to the manufacturers to apply for that licensing system and also to the port officer, so that meanwhile whatever shipments have been taking place and which have been permitted without the licensing, that disruption should not take place.
Fine, it is also there is instances whenever certain that lack of clarity from our port offices also, certain direction has been given to the port officers also in case of certain ambiguity in the requirement of the licenses. We have given adequate that relaxation to the particular that importers, or we have given direction to the port officer to take the action as to unnecessarily avoid the problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Sahu. Thanks for the insights on the regulation. I'm Dharmesh Verma from Sameer, Mumbai, and I have my colleagues here who work in linear accelerators, MRI, OCTs, and other diagnostic tools. We are a government body supported by MIT, and my question to you is pertaining to some of the systems that we do. The systems are comprising of many subsystems, of which subsystems can be imported also. So on that basis, if we come to you for a regulatory approval as an R&D under Government of India, and we push it for the license for manufacturing to the industry, so whether I need to come to you first for the as a list of all the imports and then take the import licenses from you, or I need to come to you directly as one go, take all the subsystems in place, whether it is in Make in India, indigenously developed or imported, submit you the proposal for approval. So what is the criteria here?
The best way, because you are importing certain component, what you have explained to me. So for that list, along with the detail of that use, you please come up with, you submit that request to the authority. No need to come especially for that clarification. You submit the application and we'll give the clarification in writing key this regulatory pathway you need to fulfill for that particular product which you are going to import and used in the manufacturing of your that medical devices. And also we have given that a lot of support for development of your that whatever the project you are coming up with the medical devices.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. I am Gautam Shende from the same organization, Samir. I am dealing with the test laboratory of medical devices. Okay. Just now you said in your presentation saying that manufacturers should have the setup to verify the performance of their equipment while manufacturing. Okay. Once a manufacturer satisfies with the performance of his equipment, he need not to go for the certification or what?
They need to, I have told you, if it is a devices, so they need to take the license prior to manufacture the product for marketing in the country.
No, certification. I am asking for the test certification.
Test certification?
Of his product from the accredited lab.
Laboratory. For the medical devices, we are not actually insisting for the high risk in vitro diagnostic, there is a mandatory requirement. But for the medical devices, what the test report submitted by the manufacturers, we are accepting. We are not insisting prior to approval of the product that should be tested with enable accredited or the lab registered with the CDSCO for testing of the particular labs.
Okay, but there is a notification from your same department, May notification, I think so, where it is mentioned that all the test equipment should be comply as per the whether it is import or manufactured in India. Their product should be tested as per Indian standard, standard.
It should confirm the Bureau of Indian Standard.
Yes,
that we have given the direction to the manufacturers. Whatever the product they are going to manufacture, they have to adhere with the standards as prescribed by the BIS. That is the direction to understand ki, because what we have seen, some manufacturer they are complying the different standards, which is not, though there is a BIS standards, but still they are stick with the other ASTM standard or other standards applicable for the devices. So our mandatory requirement ki if it is a BIS, it should be as per the BIS only. If the certain labs is testing that particular medical equipment, it should be confirmed the BIS standard if it is there. What we have seen, BIS standard is there, the lab are using the standards which is not in the line of the Bureau of Indian Standards. To have the more clarity and uniformity in the testing, we have given that direction.
Okay.
Okay. So due to the time constraint, what I have given that direction ki we can conclude this, and maybe after that if certain questions are there, to ready to we'll answer during them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu, for the engaging presentation and Q&A round. I would request Ms. Mamta Sharma from CII to kindly felicitate Mr. Sahu. If we can have a picture in front of the dais. Our next session, grouping of medical devices and acceptance of various certificates issued by US FDA/EU CCE. In this session, we would like to welcome Mr. Ajay Basil, Assistant Drugs Controller, Medical Devices, to discuss the grouping of medical devices and the acceptance of various international certificates. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Warm morning to everyone over here. We had a very chilly morning and fog all throughout the day. So we'll be straight away going without wasting much time. We'll be straight going to the content of the session, which is on grouping of medical devices. I believe all here in the hall has made some kind of an application to get import or manufacturing license from under MDR to the respective licensing authorities. And the grouping of medical devices is an important topic and is laid down in the medical device rules. As DCA sir has mentioned in the morning session, we are touching upon these topics, though these topics or these guidelines are not new. It has been there for quite 5 years of time. But while revisiting the regulation and while revisiting the procedures that has been followed while making an application, we found that there are certain areas which need further emphasis, which need to be more clarified. Or through this session, we are trying to help the whole stakeholders over here, as well as to make the who are attending in online also, to convey that what are the regulators' understanding on such areas. This hope this will give more transparency of our expectations, and through which we will be trying to reduce the number of queries in applications. So these grouping guidelines, if it's been adhered or if it has been complied, the more easier it is for processing the application, and much more easier for conducting the whole business of medical device industries. Going forward, the grouping of medical devices is guideline has been released under the rule number 5 of medical devices, wherein it is specified that any person who intends to apply for grant of license of medical devices for import or manufacturing, they are allowed to group the medical devices in according to the guidelines issued by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. The origin of the medical device grouping guideline is through this rule, and through which the guideline has been released. The way I have framed my presentation is in such a way that what I feel from while reviewing the application, what I feel or what our group of team in medical devices feels that
there are certain areas which needs to be further emphasized for getting more clarity on the subject. So if you see, like, though the grouping guideline starts with single category of medical devices, I put family and group in my first slide. Because if you see the category family and the category group and how it has been defined in the grouping guideline, there are a lot of similarities, and it gives a contrast what is what and why it is not the same. We often find that in many of the applications, many of the applicants gets confused, why can't it be in the group category, or why can't it be in the family category, why can't it be all be in a single category, what does it make it, why does it make any actual difference, why it can be all be put under single category rather than making it as a system, group, family, so, and all those things. So the purpose of this slide is to give a different approach to the same subject by taking into consideration what is the family. So if you see family, it has been defined in the guidelines that a medical device family is a collection of devices from the same license holder. So this part we don't find much of a confusion. This has been quite often easily understood. The classification is also fine. Mostly we don't find much issues. But when we see common intended use, here we find a much more confusions. Because when the applications are being submitted, the instruction for use, package inserts, or the user manuals, that's the source of information that we rely on to see how the manufacturer intend to place the device on the market. So the common intended use among the various models of the devices is expected when some applicant intends to place a device under the category family. So those who are making an application, just try to see what is written down on your IFU before selecting, or in the IFU or in the package insert or the brochures, before selecting what is the group of such devices. Next is same design and manufacturing process. But I will touch upon this point because there is another point which also correlates with the thing. The variations within the scope of permissible limits are allowed. We used to get justifications during queries in many applications, and most of the justifications submitted by the application, we used to find that 1 to 5 they actively consider for grouping the family or grouping the device. They may not have taken much importance, or they might have forgotten to emphasize on the fact that the permissible variants are also defined in clause B, which are also quite important to see whether device has been put under family category or not. So if you see the physical design and the manufacturing process of medical devices, that can be same or very similar. It doesn't have to be the exact same design. Its variations and similarities are accepted. For manufacturing process, including the sterilization of medical devices, slight similarities or slight variations are accepted. Third point, the intended purpose. So if you see the whole grouping guideline, in point number 3, it is mentioned common intended use. Whereas if you go down, it is seen as intended use, intended purpose. Here, the intended use been termed as intended purpose. And it is mentioned the same. It is not common intended use, it is same intended purpose. Intended use, intended purpose, for import applications, we rely on the, or even for the manufacturing applications, this will be clearly stated by the manufacturer in their IFU, in the user manual or the promotional brochures. Once we find a variation in the intended purpose or the intended use, different various devices that has been submitted, there are chances of asking for a clarification why such devices are put under the same category. A risk profile of the device, which is the last category, which is quite easily understandable. And when you see the, so this is on the family side. So when you see on the contrast side, on the grouping category, It's been defined as a collection of 2 or more medical devices supplied on as a single package. Here I emphasize the word on the single package, sold under a single proprietary group name. So the groups has a single proprietary group name and a common intended purpose. So if you see the family, it is a common intended use. Here in the group, it becomes a common intended purpose. But in clause B, it is mentioned that the medical device in a group may have different proprietary name, intended purpose, designed and sold by different license holders are also covered. So I guess group is a concept which is much more easier to understand. It's a collection of devices. It can be from a different manufacturers, 2 or 3 different manufacturers. As a let's say if I am a manufacturer, I will be buying from or sourcing the material from 2 or 3 licensed manufacturers. I'm putting together all those things in a group name. I'm giving a proprietary name and I'm giving an intended purpose, and it gives us a group of medical devices. The collection of medical devices may differ in number and combination. Here I emphasize on the word the number and combination, since the devices in a group that can vary, little variations within the group. If it is in terms of number and combinations, like if there are 2 or 3 medical devices are there in a particular group, and as long as the intended purpose of the group remains the same, if I'm just making another group which is having just the number of devices in the group is being increased or decreased, or the combinations have been changed, as long as the intended purpose remains the same, it can be considered as a variations within the group of devices. The last point is the medical device in a group is supplied for use. Here I specify on the word supply for use, means if somebody is I am manufacturing devices under a group, and if I'm trying to supply one of the devices to another group, then a separate license applications need to be made. Here are a few examples. These examples are also there in the grouping guidelines and the FAQs on the grouping guidelines. The classic example is first aid kit for group of medical devices. Let's say first aid kit made up of gauze, bandage, gloves, and maybe kind of forceps. If I'm changing the number of gloves, pair of gloves in a group, or if I'm making, like, let's say I reduce the thermometer or reduce the thermometer from the first aid kit, or make some changes in the combination, that variations may be permitted under the category of group. When we see family category, these are few examples of the family categories. One is the condoms of different sizes and textures. They are all considered under the family because of the design similarities, the manufacturing process similarities, the intended use. Whereas if you see the toric lenses and spherical lenses, it's been treated as different because the intended purpose, the design variations are quite different is there. Because of those reasons, it is being considered different. When it comes to cardiac catheters, we are having different lumen sizes, different diameters and length variations. These are all considered under the family category because the variations are very minimal in terms of design, manufacturing process, the intended purpose or the intended use of such devices. When it comes to the documentations and the fee for the family, for the entire family of devices is same as for the devices under the Schedule 2 of Medical Device Rules, and the documentations is as per the 4th Schedule of Medical Device Rules. Okay, this slide, again I'm taking a contrast view. Last slide was on group versus family. Here, system versus in vitro diagnostic kits. Here also I find like there are a lot of similarities. Like when we say system, it should be from the same license holder, intended to be used in combinations for a common intended purpose. Here the next one, compatible, I emphasize on the word compatible as a system. For the class example, I mean, the next slide, I will be having the example of total hip replacement system or a total knee replacement system is solved as an entire system. The composite components of the system, which includes the stapler cup or the femur part. Some cells is as a single unit, or let's say for a total knee replacement system, there is a patella cap is there. Then we have a femorotibial bone part is there. So somebody want to sell as a system, the knee replacement system as a system. So all these, if it's a total knee replacement procedure, I need all the components to work together. Only then it functions as a system. Same as with the total hip replacement. And sometimes some of the applications, where the applicant may intend to manufacture only one of the components, which is also permitted. And if somebody want to make an application to make only one of the components, let's say I want to make only the femur bone for only a replacement procedure, not the total knee replacement or total hip replacement, it's a partial hip replacement procedures. So partially the components can also be separately applied for obtaining the license from the concerned authority. But it should be compatible as a system. If you see on the first slide, there was no mentioning on the compatibility of as a system, because in a group, like in the group, the compatibility of each components is not necessary. It can be of various numbers and combination as long as it is for the intended purpose. Let's say for a first aid kit, the purpose is to provide a first aid during an emergency. So the purpose is the common factor. Whereas in terms of system, it should be compatible. It should be designed in such a way that the compatibility to be maintained. The constituents in a system, when it is supplied for use in more than one system, such constituent components need to be included in the application. This is the same thing that we find in the, I will just quickly go to the group. Point number D, the medical device in a group supplied for use in another group. The same concept here also, when it is supplied for use in one or more system. If several systems fulfill the conditions as mentioned in the group, it can be mentioned as a family. Means there are two kinds of knee replacement systems. Then that goes into the two system. It is a two systems, but two systems can be grouped as a family category. Looking to the in vitro diagnostic side, if you see the in vitro diagnostic kits, there are more of reagents. So in test kits, it's for reagents or articles from the same license holder. It is to be used in combination to complete the specific intended purpose. So I placed this slide side to side because if you see the combination to complete specific intended use is mentioned in the test kit, whereas for system, it is for the combination to complete a common intended purpose. So you see the similarity between the different kinds of categorizations, and also if you see it should be solved as a single proprietary test kit name. It should be compatible when used as a test kit, which is very similar to the concept of compatibility in system for medical devices. So point number B, an in vitro diagnostic kit does not include instrument analysis. It is just for if you want to place some devices or some reagents and articles, definitely kit is an option. The kit is an option. Diagnostic kit is an option for grouping such reagents or materials. Whereas individual reagents or articles can be supplied separately for replacement item for a kit. If the reagents or article test are supplied for use in more than one kit, such reagent or article should be included in the application of other kit. The same concept, which the point number C in kit, point number C in system, the point number D in the group, all talks the same thing. Coming to the few examples, I guess we discussed on the total hip system, and another example is glucose monitoring system. Here the whole purpose, it comprises of the glucometer, the strip, the control solutions. They all have to work together to achieve the glucose measurement. So it is termed under system. And if there are two systems for the same glucose monitorings, with slight variations which as per the permissible variance, that can be grouped under family category. And the fee is a single fee for the system, and the components alone, fee for each of the components, like I mentioned in the earlier presentation slides, that if somebody want to only import or manufacture certain components of a system, or components of a knee system, or a components of a hip system, or components of a glucose monitoring system, somebody doesn't want to make the entire glucose monitoring system, somebody want to make only strips, or somebody want to make only the reagent solutions or the linearity solutions, then accordingly the application has to be proposed. So if you see this thing like in my previous session, Sausar has already explained the components, accessories and all. These are not a new concept which is just introduced. It's been there for a quite time, but the attention to such details was not placed during that time. And if you see, it's everywhere in the guidance document. It's keep repeating components, accessories, and all those things are keep on repeating. It's not a new thing. Grouping of medical devices. So there are totally around 6 grouping categories defined in the grouping guidelines. 4 we have already covered. And the 4th and 5th, which I placed it the last, but these are the easiest ones. In terms of understanding the concept of group, family, then IVD kits, these are the most easiest one, one of the most commonly used category in the many of the applications that we receive. Because I don't know, I personally feel that probably one reason may be the single category is defined first in the grouping guidelines. So that may be the reason why most of the applicant refers to single category, because it is much more easier to understand. It straight away mentioned that it should be sold as a distinct packaged entity. And I find that many of the applicants make a full stop, doesn't want to continue reading it, and then find that, oh yes, my product is a distinct packaged entity, so my product is a single category device. So, and they have all kinds of models. Sometimes we used to get application with 2-3 pages of just model numbers. Model numbers keep on going over 2 or 3 pages without an end. And probably because the grouping category has been not properly been referred during or filing the applications. I want to emphasize that the device sold as a distinct packaged entity and does not meet the criteria of family, IVD kit, system, IVD cluster of a group. So when somebody is making applications under the category single, the first thing that they have to do is to see whether their device attracts the clauses which is laid down in the grouping guideline on system, group, family. If none of these things, if none of these categories attracts the medical device or the group of medical devices that has been intended to make an application, then only rely on to the category single, because single category applicable only at the time of when all the other categories does not fit or is not the most appropriate one. And the variation is only in the package size. It should be sold in the range of package size. The medical device cannot be assigned as a single family or IVD kit system, IVD cluster or group, must be licensed separately. Again, the same thing on the medical device group, which are the part of a group, must be sold separately. Like if somebody want to make a group of medical devices, let's say the same examples of gloves, thermometers, and somebody want to take one item, thermometer, from the group and want to place it in the market, then that device goes into the category single. But the variations in the terms of the pack size are allowed. So if I want to say I mean to make an application under the single category, but I have a models, and the models differ among themselves in terms of pack size. Let's say the first model is for a pack size of 1 unit, and the second model is for a pack size of 5 unit, and the next for the pack size of 10. The most appropriate one may be the single category rather than grouping it under the category family or a group, because pack size has been defined under the category single. Coming to the IVD cluster. IVD cluster comprises of the number of in vitro diagnostics or the reagents articles which are from the same license holder, common methodologies, single proprietary name, compatible when used as a kit. So cluster is also quite a simple concept and easy to understand. I guess, so this is part on the grouping medical device. Next is on the certifications. I understood that there is a bothering question, but let me cover the whole certification part as well, and we'll take the question. I hope grouping is a little bit difficult to digest, and if you want to see more of applications, it depends on the applications and how it has been grouped and what is being written in the IFU user manuals, the intended use, intended purpose, and the common or the same nature or the design all depends on the criteria for classifying the medical devices. And throughout the slide, I just emphasize certain key words in the definition so that it would make much more easier to understand, or much more easier after the session when you go back to your organizations and see the product details again. Maybe it gives a better clarity on the concepts or the understanding that we are having. Next part of the whole session for the day is on the various kinds of certificates that we receive. It's also again an insights throughout all the last 2-3 years from the last lot of applications that we processed. We observe certain kind of differences in understandings. Most of the applications that are quite well, it's been put up in a way that easy to understand, or is in that line of medical device rules. One such area is free sale certificate, where we frequently see submissions which are quite varying in nature. One is US FDA. US FDA, they give certificates to the foreign governments, which is legally marketed in USA. What we find is that many of the applicants, they submit certificate of exportability instead of free sale certificates. We do not consider the certificate of exportability as an equivalent to free sale certificate, because US government has mentioned clearly in the certificate of exportability that these devices are not placed in the US market. So when we ask for free sale certificates in the applications, our intention or the rule, spirit of the rule is that to understand whether the device is freely sold or placed in the market of certain countries which are listed in the medical device rules. And that objective is not fulfilled if a certificate of exportability is being submitted instead of free sale certificate, which clearly states that these devices are not placed in the US market. So the objective is not met. That's why the reason why the certificate of exportability is not considered. Similarly, certificate of exportability issued under 802, the non-clinical research use certificates, these are also not equivalent to free sale certificate. The last two are the very common. I mean, it's been freely available in US FDA website, the 510K. Many often they say that we have got the 510K, we have got the PMA approvals. Why can't it be considered as a free sale certificate? Why do we have to go for a CFG from US government? Why not? When it's 510K cleared or a PMA approved, why not it be considered instead of the free sale certificate? And the concept is the same. You are having the license, then why do you want to apply for free sale certificates? When you export a product from India to any other countries, they ask for the free sale certificate. But why they are not relying on the license that is being issued? The concept is the same. It is free sale certificates ensure that the device, the current scenario of the device, whether it is currently available in the market, whether the regulatory restrictions are being placed on the market. So you came to know only these things only through obtaining the free sale certificates rather than the license of the medical devices. So that's why such documents are not relied on. So when we say this is a common thing that we find in many of the applications, if it can be taken care, many of the queries in these aspects can be much more reduced and the application can be made much more easier. When it comes to the European Union certificates, here we find, most often we find that the rule specifies it should be the countries from the European Union's free sale certificates. Whereas I just want to specify certain countries which are often misunderstood as the countries in the European Unions. Switzerland, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway. These are the few countries, though they are in the Europe, but they are not the members of the European Union. So these are certain areas to be taken care while making the applications on free sale certificates. Quality compliance certificates due to MDD transition from MD directive to the medical device rules in the Europe. Certain notified bodies, the certificates or the compliance against certain annexures in the directives has been changed, and the new MDR requirements, whatever the new MDR requirements, the justifications along with the new MDR certificates issued by the notified bodies are being considered instead of these certificates. In terms of certificates from Australia, these are the few common mistakes that we find. For example, it's an ARTG certificate for one particular company. So these are not free sale certificates. Australian government issues a free sale certificate which totally looks different, and we prefer to have the free sale certificate rather than these. From Australia, there is another set of documents which we find so often in the application. These are public summaries which are available on ARTG website, and many of the applicants states that we have got the public summary certificate, why can't it be accepted instead of free sale certificates? The reason, again, the government of Australia issues free sale certificate differently, and these are not the same, hence not approved. Canada, we finds instead of free sale certificate, many applicants submit the license which is issued by the Canada government. Same reason, these are not free sale certificates. And that was the last slide. From Japan, I couldn't find much issues. Japan, fortunately, I don't know why the government of Japan has been clear-cut on the matter of free sale certificate. We don't have much issues from Japan. We don't find variation of documents supplied from Japan of free sale certificates. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you. Sir, as per what it has been presented, correct me if my understanding is wrong, that is, if it's a system, then irrespective of the product being imported or manufactured separately from the same manufacturing site, we can register it as a system. Is my understanding correct or wrong?
So I understand it in such a way that if it is manufactured as a system, and
yeah, but then it can be of different packages.
It can be of different?
Separate packages. It will not be from one. It will not be in one package. Like the same knee system.
Okay.
You have pins, you have different components.
Okay. So you mean to say the different packages?
Yeah.
Like if I want to import only, let's say, knee system, I want to import
See,
only the
for
femur
example,
components.
you know that the knee system has 4 or 5 components.
Yes, yes.
Now, can I register it as a system?
Yes.
System,
yes.
or every component has to be registered?
Both are possible.
Both are possible.
Yes. Somebody wants to bring it as a system, as a whole thing as a system.
Irrespective of whether it's imported separately or not?
Yes. Somebody want to import only, like, I want to import only the patella portion of various different sizes. So the kneecap or the patella is a common thing, and the kneecap or the patella is only of various sizes are to be imported, and that can be separately registered. Whereas I want to import the whole knee system, total knee system, which includes the whole patella and the femur and tibial components, then that also system can also be there.
Thank you.
Yes, I see one more hand over there. 2 over there.
Sir, just one clarification here. You know what Ashok sir just said about system.
Yes.
So if you register as a system, and then if you want to sell any one component is separately as a replacement, right? So is that qualify for the definition of the system then? Or I need to also register additionally as a component also?
Additionally, because somebody want to go for a revision surgery, and the revision surgery may not be required the whole system to be replaced. So somebody want to import only few femoral components of the system of various sizes, then that will be separately, because it's all packed separately.
So sir, you are recommending as a sellable basis, right? If you are
not only saleable basis, the whole intended, because it's a system, like it's already cleared in the grouping guideline also. If any components of a system because after all, it's a component of a system, and if the component of a system is want to be separately imported, yes, separately.
Because sir,
listed.
we have a similar situation for a bill of material item for the IVDs, where if we import a equipment as a bill of material, right, and sometime it comes as a separately also. Once you sell and so you want to replace some part, out of those 3 sub-packaged, right? So then it's come to the second category, what you said, as a system. Then may need a separate restriction also.
Yeah, like for IVD, then it's IVD test kit.
Yeah.
The concept is the same. IVD test kits, where if something wants to be separately imported.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
So, I mean, for the manufacturers as well as this thing, why don't you think about harmonization? Because now that we are a part of India, why don't you think about it?
Sure, definitely. We will just on what is there in the current practice and the guidance document. It can evolve over a period of time. Sure, we can look into that aspect as well. But, the presentation is based on what is there in the guidelines and the current practices and the current understanding, like we have in the morning session also, the concept of components, accessories. So it's the same thing,
yeah,
but
because, see, one thing which comes is like in an e-system, even for a pin, if you have to pay for this thing, and you don't get a separate DMF for that pin, it is together.
yeah, it's fine. DMF can be the same thing. Only thing is that
the regulatory document also is going to be the same.
yes, yes,
So
yeah. We can discuss on that.
From the pharma practices where it's a plant-based or the site-based license to a product-based license. That will help both the regulator as well as the manufacturer.
Okay, these suggestions are welcome. I mean, future maybe we can take call. I mean, current practice, you are all well aware about the things. Accessories and components, like if it's a system, the current practice or the current understanding, if it's a system and if the system contains certain accessories and components which are licensed, they can be brought as a system. And if the accessories need to be separately imported, whether it is from the same site or from a different site, probably the legal manufacturer or the actual manufacturer, what we understand is when they place as a system in the market, they analyzed the quality, safety of all the accessories which is going into the system. So irrespective whether the manufacturer brings the components across the globe and then assemble it in India for just before, assemble it in India means in the sense inside the hospital where the end use is, whether the site of the end user. So these are accessories part of the system and all are being licensed together, and in any case of time if these accessories need to be imported separately, then as we have explained in the morning, the stance.
So first of all, thanks for explaining this very technical, grouping. I have more of a suggestion, and this suggestion is that it is that since it is a very technical field, sometimes what we have seen, the query need to be very precise to understand what the request is. So sometimes it really gets us into a zone where it becomes a struggle to understand what the requester is asking for clarification. So that is one request to really think that how to make it very clear so that the person can understand. And the other point, we often go to PRO to understand what the query is. So if that technical know-how can be given over there, it will be a lot easier to I would say, fasten the query response.
Thanks, that's a suggestion we'll take, and we'll try to see what is the best possible through analyzing the pattern of queries and analyzing the pattern of queries in the PROs as well. Maybe this is one way of addressing such issues through training sessions, through the training cell has organized. Maybe much more in the future for a pattern of series of issues which needs to be addressed. FAQs are another areas. So thanks for the suggestion taken. Yeah, I see two more hands. Yes.
Yeah, hi sir, I'm Priya from Varian, a Siemens Healthineers company. So my question to you is that before obtaining the MD15 license with CDSCO, are we allowed to quote the product to our customers or deliver presentations or engage in marketing activities? Additionally, I'd also like to know that having a valid purchase order in place with our customers during this period, is it allowed?
These are not related to the grouping guideline that
Yeah,
we discussed
I
in
know
the
it is
morning.
not related, but I somehow put this question earlier also, but I didn't get the answer.
Maybe it's, sir, you may take the variant questions which they have just mentioned.
Sir, for general questions, maybe last session we will take up that. So what is your actual concern?
Yeah, so my question was that, before obtaining a MD15 license, are we allowed to market the product or, even quote it to our customers? Can we have a valid, purchase order in place, like in that period of time?
You want to that before, prior to obtain the import license?
Yeah.
You want to?
Promote, like market our product, promote our product, or we can deliver presentations.
You want to, there is a provision in the medical device rule. If you want to demonstrate your product to any of your that customer or the buyer, there is a scope for obtaining the test license for import of the particular devices. MD16 is the application, and under that you can give the justification where you want to demonstrate that devices before your customer, and you can take that license. You will be imported limited quantity as per that your justification. Accordingly, you can demonstrate, promote the product, and then return back that product to that from the country of origin.
Okay, sir. So to add to this question further, I just like to know that obtaining a MD17 license, is there a provision or will, like in future, can we, make the MD15 license be changed to MD15? Is there a provision?
No, ma'am. MD15 is commercial license.
Yeah.
That
It's
is
for
for the training
demonstration
purpose.
and, evaluation
For the
purpose.
testing demonstration, that is not for the commercial purposes. It is clearly mentioned, and the condition of the license clearly says it is for the intent, what the proposal. If it is demonstration, after demonstration, it has to return back to that country of origin. If it is for testing and analysis, it has to be for the testing and analysis purposes. Otherwise, again, if it is import, you can return back to that product for from where it is imported. So objective is very much clearly that cannot be used for any of the commercial purposes. If it is doing, there is a violation of the law. You can't do that.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Need to do a sterility testing because the sterilization validation standards are complete adoption of ISO standard, and it clearly allows the parametric release. Now, as per the medical device rule, if we are following, if there is a BIS standard, we have to comply with the BIS standard, which means I as a manufacturer, if I can use that standard and do a parametric release, technically I am allowed, but then Indian manufacturers are not allowed. This is something which is a violation of the medical device rule.
It is not that what you have just explaining that. What we understand, because once the license is granted to the manufacturers,
yes,
and in the manufacturer's SOP, that ISO 13485, they are, it is not the ISO 1, it is in the line of ISO 13485, but there is a requirement for conformance of 5th schedule of the medical device
yes,
code. So as per the SOP, standard operating procedure of the firm or in the operation manual, the manufacturer has clearly defined that procedure for the validation and the release of that particular product, and it is licensed as per their SOP. SOP means it is in the line of the quality management system. That can be allowed.
Sir,
Who
but
stop
then
you?
I mean,
Here the problem is ki when you talk about the parametric release, so parametric release, it is the responsibility of the manufacturers to stick with the standards. But contrary to this, the manufacturers in general practice, I am telling you, not adhering with the actual requirement of the standards for the parametric release.
Okay.
It is not key for the certain tests they can do and rest of the things they can.
No. Suppose if the manufacturer complies with all this requirements.
If it is strictly adherence with the parametric release, the standards and what the tests that need to be carried out, that manufacturer can give that assurance that the product which is released for the market for use in the population is safe for with respect to the safety of the particular.
Because what from the CII, our Indian manufacturers have been told, I mean, we have got the representation from the Indian manufacturers that when they apply for this license, they are not allowed to do parametric release, and they are mandatorily asking to be to do
the necessary clarification for this.
Can you please issue that?
That already we have given in the DCG has given through the various forum for that.
Yeah,
so
because if you can put it in writing, because the state drug control is
also that the CDSCO we are in the finalizing the guidance for that.
Sir.
So that through guidance document at least that can be more clarify what the actually requirement for.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, sometimes it happens that farms don't have FSC of the GSTF countries because they don't market into those countries. They are small, but products are good. All technical dossiers, others are available. So in that case, how to apply for that?
There is a provision.
They have that GST, FSC from the country of origin.
As per the law, what the law we have implemented, as per the law, the free sale certificate from the country of origin is optional. It is not the mandatory. If it is there, then it is fine. If it is not, doesn't mean that cannot be imported into the country. The mandatory requirement is it has to be approved by any of the stringent regulatory authority what we have prescribed in the medical device rules. So if it is not approved by these, not only that approved by any of these authority, in such cases, if the firm has, the manufacturer has adequate clinical evidence for the clinical safety of the devices, especially in the Indian population, that can be produced for consideration of such proposal. If it is no clinical evidence on the Indian population, because as a regulator, as a Indian law, that we need to ensure that the product which is used in the Indian population is safe for its intended purposes. So you have to prove that it is safe for the Indian population. If some study is carried out on the Indian population on the particular devices which is not approved by this stringent authority, so that data you can produce as a justification why it has to be registered. And based on that, we are considering that proposal. If it is not, then you can submit a study protocol for conduct of the study on the selected that population to prove that it is safe for its intended purpose in Indian population. And based on that data, the product, if it is not approved by this stringent authority, that regulator will consider that data for approval of the particular product.
So that clinical trial has to happen in India? Or
exactly in India only, that you need to carry it out in such cases.
Thank you everyone, and thank you Mr. Basil for the comprehensive presentation, and Mr. Sahu and Mr. Basil for the engaging question and answer round. I would request Ms. Mamta Sharma to kindly felicitate Mr. Basil. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short lunch break. Request you all to kindly be seated by 2:15 p.m. as we continue with the rest of the workshop. Thank you.
So very good afternoon once again. Another topic that I have been given, that is the refurbished medical devices, CDSCO wave, and the post-approval changes. Refurbished, as we all aware, there is a concern. Recently, the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, they have published the notification, and thereafter certain stakeholders are of the opinion that certain devices based on that notification can be allowed to be imported for use on the patient. So because of that notification, the certain concern has been raised by the stakeholder. Some concern in favor of the regulation of the refurbished, some concern to stop the such devices on the patient safety ground, and also the challenges that what the actual faced by the indigenous manufacturers. By allowing this, may the another that parallel market that is being done, and the Make in India campaign, what the government, the most initiative program, that may affect like that. Concern has been raised from the both the sides. So only I will test that issue, that if you see the refurbished in terms of the medical devices and you see the manufacturer definition, what we have mentioned in the Drug and Cosmetic Act, because in the medical device rule we have not defined the definition of the manufacturer. So manufacturer, if you see the definition 3F, which prescribe that for process for the making, altering, ornament, though it is mainly focused on the drugs, and since the device falls under the definitions, so somehow that we can also, that in the line of this manufacturing, the reprocessing or the making or altering or finishing or packaging, labeling, breaking up, that activity that falls under that manufacturing activity. So certain activity with respect to the medical devices, some reconditioning, repairing, or some modification in that existing that medical devices to upgrade the medical devices by other than OEM. If such activities are being carried out, so without license, that cannot be allowed if that is going on the medical devices. Further, another concern, this is the definition of the manufacturers. The regulations clearly says that all the devices, morning already we have discussed, all the devices come under the regulations. Means if the devices, prior to this notification what we have published in the year 2020, there is a understanding key, because at that time certain category of the devices was under regulation. It is not key all the equipments are also come under the regulation. So prior to that, what we understand, certain devices refurbished through based on the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forest and Climate Change, NOC, it is being imported from the port offices, and it is being used by the 2-tier or the 3-tier that cities for the patient use. So prior to that, since there is a no regulation, because in the medical device rule we have the certain limitations key, only the notified category, and the notified category if you see, except in the year 2017 onwards, prior to that all the devices mostly are the single use devices or the implantable devices. So where the medical equipments are generally not under the scope of the regulation. So the practices what we have seen, that prior to that regulation and its implementation of the that definition of the medical devices, certain period that activity is going on continuously. So other end, what we have seen that since when we have come up with the notification of the definitions, so certain timeline we have given, and initially we have given 18-month time for the voluntary registration, then 1 year for the mandatory registration for the class A and class B, and 2 year for the mandatory registration for class C and D. So the certain devices which belongs to that based on the, and the voluntary registration, we have not any that the access to go through the entire that documentation or the class what the manufacturer has claimed. It is the based on the claim of the manufacturers or the importers, so they can take the registration with the portal and they can market their product in the country since that new licensing regime has come. So that practices, and the based on the NOC, the product is being imported and then it is being used for that purpose. So when in the year 2023 that notification has come, then there is a concern. Concerns were raised because in the notification, the list of the devices, high-end critical that devices, high-end value devices that the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, they have taken from the DGHS, and based on that list, they are allowing the import of such devices. So that devices also concerned because what the DGHS has here, the objective is not to allow them, but they have to identify the high-end, high critical medical devices. And also they have, when they have given that list to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, so they have given certain conditions. This condition should be applied for these devices. Means there should be some that certificates approval from the competent authority. The OEM has to again residual use life of the devices has to determine, like that only certain. And also some quality check also there was, but that is not the part of that notification. And because of that, in that list, all the devices what the 50 category they have notified, some also does not belongs to the high-end, high value that medical equipment. So concern was raised, then thereafter the ministry has called a meeting and the stakeholder meeting that was discussed, and to address that again it has decided that list should be revisited with the light of the category and also with respect to the safety. So again what the earlier notification certain time of period it was stopped, and then again the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they have come up with the new notification where the DGHS again revisit the list, and with the certain conditions they have given the 38 list of such devices. And again the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they are of the opinion based on that can be allowed. But since the device all are under regulation means refurbished if it is imported, and as a environment, the mandate of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is not the safety aspects for the use, but the environment safety aspect they are the empowered to, their mandate is like that only. But the Ministry of Health and CDSCO mandate is to ensure the quality and safety of such devices. So because of that, and since it is regulated, so we have certain limitations on that. So that limitation how to regulate this, because the regulation, it is not the regulation what we have made for under the medical device rule, because it is a specific type of the devices what we need to understand, because in the refurbish, as a regulator, that where actually the problem of the particular devices, what the actually part of the main devices is replaced, what is the residual shelf life, whether the use life because it is reconditioning or pre-use or refurbished, whatever that, or reconditioning, such devices, how that is evaluated. Again, because some of the radio diagnostic devices which also require the approval from other competent authority like AERB or all those. So whether is there potential risk of the devices after refurbishing, is there adequate that safety with respect to the radiation, that also need to be examined prior to give the approval or permission for such devices. Also, because India, we have lot of challenges in India because of the high population, different diversity, lot of that. So when we are allowing that devices, because refurbished, it is not a concept of the lot or some batches. It is individual devices that is refurbished, and what the specification, what the process actually carried out by the OEM, that has to be certified again to ensure that it is to be used. When it is imported, where it is to be used, because as a regulator, when we are allowing, we need to understand what is the that is scope of that devices, where how many devices we have approved and how we can trace that devices. Because if generally the manufacturer claim particular devices use life maybe 10 years or 12 years or 15 years. It is as per the claim of the manufacturer. After that, either it has to be disposed of or it has to be again re-evaluated with respect to the further use of the particular devices, if it is so, if manufacturer feels. Otherwise, it has to be not used for its intended purpose as per the claim of the manufacturers. But in the refurbished also, what we have that seen and observed, because the regulation has recently come up. Prior to that, there was no regulation. So lot of third party activity is being carried out in the country. The party, other than the OEM, they are also involved in the refurbishing of the equipment. Certain parts they are importing as a trading. As per their experience, they are doing the refurbish at the particular premises, which is also not licensed, and also they are supplying to the third or 2-tier or 3rd-tier country. So the quality and safety is also one of the important aspects that we need to understand that. So all this thing and all that issue regarding the safety, use of the devices, prior to giving the permission, we need to have some sort of mechanism in the law so that that can be ensured prior to give. We are not saying that cannot be allowed, but if it is allowed, so all these parameters that should be verified. And also the database sort of things that should be there, so that whenever that import permission or the manufacturing license for the particular activity is given to either the manufacturer or third party, that is subjective. So whether there is a well monitoring mechanism to ensure the product is used, and the PMS also, who is the responsible for the post-marketing surveillance data for such devices. So all those mechanisms that need to be established prior to take any decision for regulation under the medical device rule. So this is the concern that as a regulator what we have seen in the situation, and also the ministry has taken that call for the discussion with the stakeholders, and the Niti Aayog has already discussed the matter with the stakeholders meetings, and based on the concern both the way from its regulation and from its stopping such activity, they have discussed in details, and they have suggested that expert committee may be constituted so that the issue may be deliberated by the expert, and based on the recommendation from the experts, a necessary policy should be framed by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So CDSCO, that because already high level it has been decided to discuss the issue with the experts, and the expert they have identified also. The ministry is in the process of constituting the expert committee, and finally based on the recommendation of the experts, what should be the regulatory pathway for regulation, or what the further decision on the regulation of the refurbished medical equipment, that need to be established by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And as the CDSCO, we are the implementing agency, so we will abide with the policy framed by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare with respect to refurbished devices. So in short, and because it is the under discussion with the ministry, I will not that give much that thoughts on these issues. But to understand why it is required and why the license is required and license is not issued, so that cannot be imported because all devices come under the regulation. And the quality and safety is the mandate of the Ministry of Health and Family Affairs, CDSCO. CDSCO is the Central Licensing Authority for such. Definition already we have discussed morning. Responsibility, if it is a devices belongs to the low risk, so manufacturing, so manufacturer OEM, if licensed, then the state authority is the responsible for that. For the high risk manufacturing devices, manufacturing license issued by the central authority, and for import, central licensing authority is the responsible for that. This is the global definition, not going much because all are aware of that, how that we have defined and what is the process involved for the refurbish of the medical equipments. Status already I have explained in the rule, no provision, so we have not issued the license. That means that cannot be imported into the country for use in the human being or even animals. This is the concern I have explained. All are aware because all are the part of that meetings and the concern raised by the industry with respect to in favor of the regulation for the refurbished or to stop such provisions. Already I have explained that based on the recommendation, when the committee will deliberate, they will discuss and review all the issues and accordingly they will suggest, and based on the suggestions, the Government of India, Minister of Health and Family Affairs will take the actions. Accordingly, we will take the appropriate action for its regulations. In short, it is the summary. Please.
Sir, I mean, we just coming from CII, we completely agree that quality is, it's the foremost thing which we have to do. However, we have, CII has suggested that CDSCO has to, irrespective of whether it's a import of refurbish or refurbishing in India, there should be a regulatory pathway, because unfortunately there has been incorrect advocacy with regard to refurbished devices, because there are countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia who are giving much importance to make in that country. There are even procurement policies favoring the procurement from that country, products manufactured in that country. But still, there is a regulatory pathway in all these countries.
Yeah, so, I am very much sure when that committee will discuss the issue, because globally, if you see that USA, it is they has a system to regulate this. Canada, Australia, there may be some constraint, but the Europe, Japan, they have the, even Malaysia, Singapore, I understand that. But all those things that also I am very much sure the expert will.
So the thing is, now before this medical device rule came in, there was 1,500 crore industry in India refurbishing medical devices and giving these devices to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Now all these industries have stopped because the medical device has been brought under the regulation. So, the request from CII is, irrespective of whether it's an import or this thing, CDSCO has to come out with the regulatory framework. Now, in the regulatory framework, there are two things. One is a OEM, there is a non-OEM, and there is a third category. You talked about reconditioning. In India, there is a tendency where after the capital good has been supplied to the hospital, after the warranty period is over, the hospital tend to use the local, servicing agencies. They handle the product, the medical device, and God knows what's being done because they are all non-OEMs. And they also need to be regulated. In fact, CII has submitted a draft proposal to you.
Again,
encompassing the.
I understand. Again, I am telling you, whenever that any regulation or the law is coming, the stakeholder consultation is the one of the important that process. Okay. So whenever that final that decision will come, definitely the comments and the opportunity will be given to the stakeholder for their inputs, and definitely that can be considered by the committee. I am very much sure on that.
So, but then now the 1,500 crore industry is on a standstill. We have to answer for that because I have been refurbishing and doing the whole thing for so many years. Suddenly you brought in a medical device act. Doesn't mean that I have to stop. I should be also given an opportunity to get regulatory approval. That's what the industry.
I understand. Again, I am telling you, because of that, the high-level meeting was conducted, and also they have decided that at least that some decision would be taken on these issues. So you have to wait for further that course of action in the regulation of such that refurbished medical equipment.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, you brought a very good point that US also has a provisioning. So they are regulating refurb or reconditioned devices with the same law, same definition, which is there in the medical devices. So there is no separate guideline which governs it. There is only a kind of comparison, and you can say it's similar to a white paper through which they are just giving a guideline to the industry. And on the traceability, safety, and performance, there is no different standard than a new device. So that's where I think we are at par excellence while we talk about our law. The way it is written, it is almost similar to the US or EU. It is comparable. Even our dossiers are pretty much comparable. So I don't think we need to reinvent in the law, but as you rightly said that the process needs to be there, or maybe a guideline which can add on to it. And on traceability part, as you said, sir, I think a serial number can be given to a device. It's not a batch-wise manufacturing that we, again, even if we are reconditioning or remanufacturing, we give a batch to it. So that ways we can facilitate it quickly while we discuss.
We'll discuss further point because it is a policy matter. So the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, they have to take the final call on that issue.
Sir. So just to reiterate what Ashok and Latika have mentioned, so it's not just the question of industry. We are talking about affordability and accessibility. And refurbished equipments world over actually gives that accessibility. So if you look at whether it is US or EU, almost 5 to 7% of the market is based on refurbished. And in India, it is 10 to 12. So recently, AHPI has done a survey in which they reached out to all the interiors, tier 2, tier 3 cities, where the tier 2, tier 3 hospitals and nursing homes, 83% dependency on refurbished. Now what is happening is that with this kind of status quo which has come in, where like you are in a kind of a limbo, where you cannot import, you're actually creating a barrier to the accessibility to this thing. So from industry, what we want to urge is that if this policy, and as Latika mentioned, that in most of the countries, it's part of the same, when the OEM does the refurbishment, it does it to the, to the specifications and the design of the original or maybe better, because by then some innovation may have happened. So definitely there has to be a regulatory path, but it's not deviated. Challenge comes when you mention about third party using local talent, not utilizing the original design and specification. So there was also a suggestion that then maybe OEM and OEM authorized third party. So there is a system that will come in so that there is no deviation from the design and specification.
So whenever that further decision on that, definitely all those things that will brought to the notice of the experts, and accordingly will come up with the final decision.
So, but in the meantime, can there be a via media so that so that it doesn't halt, but otherwise it's really a very big challenge from the healthcare provider side as well.
We understand because of that the ministry has taken that decisions, and they are very almost the expert committee, what the recommendation of the Niti Aayog, accordingly they will take the final decision on this issue, and definitely that decision will be taken very soon. In that it is, they have given certain timeline, so that also that you can also take up that matter with the Ministry of Health and Family Affairs. Always in the so many that forum that matter has been already discussed. So they are taking that final call on this issues, the Ministry of Health.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my name is Yogesh Joshi. This query is again related to the same topic that there has been a lot of confusion around it. First and foremost, MOFCC has given this clarification based on the inputs received from the Health Ministry, MOH. The circular is restricted only 38 items because there is, I'm sure there would have been a research done in the background. You also mentioned in your first staff session today that for a high-end equipment, the technology is still not available in India at a full scale. The 80% dependability on the import. So we are not suggesting to the regulator that everything should be allowed freely, but wherever there is, as Madam said, access and affordability considering and the demand or the supply is restricted, of course refurbishment, our industry's request is to consider and it should be allowed. Part B is that the developed countries have no discrimination between refurb or old, refurb or new. That's also there. Third is that again the discrimination is also not there between OEM and non-OEM. As far as non-OEMs are adhering to the specific guidelines, but the only question is that there should be a separate pathway. Because for non-OEM, the kind of documentation access which OEMs have, it is not privileged to have those kind of accesses. So that should be considered into request.
Sure, I understand that, and again since the policy is under that discussion, so that as a CDSCO we are the implementing authority. Policy that ministry that has to be framed that. So we are waiting for that, and it is, I have already told, because of the concerns and that the challenges, already the ministry is taking that decision that let the expert may come up with some recommendation accordingly that further that action need to be taken.
Now till that decision is taken, there is a practical challenge now. What happens to the shipments which are already at the ports? As
per the law that already clarified medical device rule, since there is specific provision for its regulation, that cannot be allowed.
So those will be returned, will be asked to be returned?
It has to be returned.
Because that circular is not clear to the...
Not require circular. Why the circular is special? Because the policy is under discussion that yet to be decided. The ministry is not finalized the policy for the regulation of the refurbished.
Sir, your clarification came recently. The question here is that, if this would have been given with a notice that next 3 months, you are not allowed to do anything.
Told you,
the business cannot stop, that's why people have imported it.
We will come up with the policy. If it is regulated, accordingly we will take the action on that issue.
So there is going to be a confusion because the ports will now ask a question, and those material, how we should deal with that material?
Port will not release that consignment. If it is brought to the port office of the CDSCO, they are not releasing any consignment. Because we understand and we have given that clarification also.
But sir, this notice could have been given. That's the only request from the industry side, because it comes at a short notice. On one side, Environment Ministry has allowed it, that basis which people are importing.
The mandate of the Environment Ministry is not, it is not key for the individual devices, only one law is there. Because also in the so many that medical devices, when we are going to approved, the other applicable law is also applicable. Like for the radio diagnostic devices, it is not key, the CDSCO approval is only the approval for import of the product for marketing in the country. The NOC or the approval from the ARB is also one of the important point. Similarly for the veterinary, so other that Ministry of that Animal Husbandry, that permission is also one of the important part. So all the other requirement that also need to be fulfilled if it belongs to the particular category of the devices.
Sure. We just request that the committee takes the decision very soon and
already
gives us a clarification.
The
Otherwise
committee,
this
I am
will be in
very much
limbo.
sure when that committee will form and they will discuss, adequate opportunity will be provided to the stakeholders to give their that inputs.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next topic, the post-approval changes. The regulatory requirement for the post-approval changes. Now what is the post-approval changes? The post-approval changes are the certain modification made to the medical devices by the manufacturer after it has been approved for use. So when that any product that is licensed by the licensing authority to the manufacturers, after that if certain that changes that is made by the manufacturer with respect to its specification, with respect to its material of construction, with respect to its packaging information, with respect to its labeling information, there are so many changes that may be done after the approval. So once any such changes is there, that is called as a post-approval changes, and for that changes, it is the responsibility of the manufacturer to either inform to the licensing authority or take the approval. So this is the provision in the medical device rule. We have made clearly कि wherever the post-approval changes. So what are the post-approval changes? So we have given in the chapter in the schedule 6th कि what are the post-approval changes and which changes belongs to the major changes and which belongs to the minor changes. So major changes where the quality or the performance of the product may affect. If such changes is done, that is called as the major changes. Other than this, other changes, if it is done, that is called as a minor changes. So depending upon the potential impact, the manufacturer may categorize the changes and accordingly they need to inform to the licensing authority. Licensing authority means in case of the import or the high risk medical devices manufacturing, they need to inform to the central licensing authority, and for class A and class B medical devices manufacturing, they need to inform to the state licensing authority, and also major they need to wait for the approval, and the minor if there is a certain timeline they can just notify it as a minor. So this is, there are two type of the post approval, and already that is clarified to have the more clarity on the post approval changes, and accordingly the applicant may submit to the licensing authority for approval. You know all that licenses are issued through online. MD online portal is there, and in the online portal for such changes we have made specific provision as a post approval changes. The current practices, there is a certain limitations to address and to have more clarity. Again we have
we are facing some of the technical issue regarding the technology. We are calling the stakeholder to our office and asking them to give presentation about that, what type of technology they are using, and through that way also we are solving their problem. So that's why also it's require continuous training of healthcare provider to adopt a new technology. And you know that India depends on imports up to 75% by value for its domestic requirement. Till date now it's going on. But now the good thing is that now you can see that now the manufacturer, as per our database, it is having the more than 450 IVD manufacturer in India and 800 IVD importers in India. When you will see just back during COVID time, it was around 100 that IVD manufacturer in India. But right now it is growing. So you can now see that the number of applications also increasing day by day. And after this analyzer, instrument, software, everything now with regulation, again that application now increase. So now you can see that now the comparison part. Okay, what is the difference between the IVD and medical device? So you can see now under this medical device, it is used for in vivo and or ex vivo use, but in vitro diagnostic medical device, in particular used in the vitro. Need to understand it should be in the vitro, not for the in vivo use. So, and use purpose that is diagnostic or therapeutic intended use, that is for the medical devices, but diagnostic intended use, it needs to understand is there the therapeutic, it will not come under the therapeutic purpose. It is only for the diagnostic purpose. That is come under the in vitro diagnostic. So active components, generally the based on the mechanical, electrical and material engineering that you can see in the under the medical device category, but you can see in the IVD the antigen and antibody. Performance of devices also come under the medical device, but you can see the sensitivity and specificity that will come under the in vitro diagnostic. Clinical investigation, that's required under the new medical device category, but in new in vitro diagnostic, you need to perform clinical performance evaluation. That is the difference. And you know that the medical device is generally stored in the room temperature, but you can see the in vitro diagnostic, they are generally stored in 2 to 8. It may be depend on their stability or shelf life. And generally the medical device in the long shelf life, and in vitro diagnostic medical device, they are having the short shelf life. So you know this risk-based classification, that particular class A and class B generally we are considering under the low risk category, but class C and class D we are considering under the high risk category. So that's why this high risk classes that's come under the Central Licensing Authority, and particular this you can see the COVID-19, cancer marker, and malaria, that's come under the class C, but particular for this HIV, blood grouping, such type come under the class D category. So you know this regulatory authority which controlling already, the South sir already explained about this thing, the particular import that is come under the totally the Central Licensing Authority, and the manufacturing side there is the two part, this class A and B that's come under the State Licensing Authority, and class C and D come under the Central Licensing Authority. But for the clinical point of view, you need to take the all approval or licenses from the only the Central Licensing Authority. Then the cell part, this is cell part, this it's come under the State Licensing Authority. Particular for the free cell certificate also the same thing. If the product come under the class C and D category, so then you need to take the approval from the Central Licensing Authority. The same thing for the market standard, market standing certificate or non-conviction certificate or neutral code. The same thing, for neutral code, you need to take the approval from the Central Licensing Authority. So this is the regulatory pathway. In the brief, you know that in pre-market phase, if approved, if predicate device is available, in that case, you have to take the test license under the MD13, particularly in the test manufacturing license. If the import test license, in that case, you have to obtain the license under the MD17, and then directly you can obtain directly import license or manufacturing license. If import license is there, so then MD15 is there, or manufacturing license is there. So in that case, you have to obtain license under the MD9, and loan manufacturing license is there. In that case, you have to obtain license under MD10. But for the new IVD category, so the same pathway is there, but you need to obtain the 2 licenses extra. That is the clinical performance permissions, that is the under MD25, and after that the new IVD permission, that it has to be obtained under MD29. After that, you will get the import license or manufacturing license. So now, as per my topic, the stability of IVD. So now we have seen about the medical device, particularly in vitro diagnostic medical device. The stability is the ability of an IVD to maintain its performance characteristics over a defined time interval. And it is the reliable performance over a defined period of time. This is very important. And this purpose of the stability studies is to verify the time period and the storage condition over which stable performance characteristics of an IVD can be claimed. It is a regulatory requirement because it is come under our rule position. So these are the key definition you can see under the stability. So already explained about the general purpose of stability. The shelf life, that is the period of time until the expiry date during which an IVD reagent in its original packaging maintains stability under the storage conditions specified by the manufacturer. And that for the storage condition, it should be linked with your package insert, IFU, labels, whatever you are mentioning that. And whatever the temperature you are maintaining, humidity, and light protection, that all will cover under these storage conditions. And real-time stability evaluation is that study designed to establish or to verify the shelf life of the IVD reagent when exposed to the conditions specified by the manufacturer. Accelerated stability evaluation, you know that study designed to increase the rate of chemical and or physical degradation or change of an IVD reagent by using stress environmental condition to predict shelf life. These are the key definition which is very useful, and already it is mentioned over the stability guidance document because we are recently published and it is available on website also. You can go through that, you will get or step by step how you have to maintain the stability. So it is our stability requirement under medical device rules. It's come under the device master file as specified in point 15 to 18 of appendix 2 of part 3 of 4 schedule of MDR 70. Already Ajay mentioned about this thing. Manufacturers should describe claim shelf life. This is very important for in vitro diagnostic. Claim shelf life in use stability and the shipping stability studies, and should provide information on stability testing studies to support the claim shelf life. So now what is the claim shelf life? Claim shelf life, whatever you are claiming on that particular IFU labels, and what are the products you are having that your shelf life can be 24 month, 36 month, or 48 month. So that testing should be performed and at least 3 different lots manufactured under the conditions that are essentially equivalent to routine production conditions. 3 different lots. Here is the provision that there is no need to the consecutive lots. That is the different from the other pharma or the vaccines. Their requirement is that consecutive lots should be there. Here is the different lot you can use. Accelerated studies or extrapolated data from real-time data are acceptable for initial shelf life claim, but need to be followed up with real-time studies. Such detailed information should describe in your protocol, proper way, number of lots, acceptance criteria, and testing intervals. When accelerated studies have been performed in anticipation of the real-time studies, the method used for accelerated studies, and then your conclusion and your claim shelf life. This is the brief overview. Whatever you can now see in your see that stability guidance document already mentioned step by step how you have to achieve all these things. I have given one example also, then you will come to know that. And second thing that in use stability, in use stability that you need to give information on use stability studies for one lot reflecting actual routine use of the device, real or simulated. This may include open vial stability and or automated instrument on both stability. In the case of automated instrumentation, if calibration stability is claimed, supporting data should be included. Such type study report you need to submit, protocol, acceptance criteria, and testing interval, it should be your study report. Conclusion, and then after claim in use stability. Most of the people, they are not they are not giving in proper way in use stability. How they are submitting this data. In India also, so many manufacturers, they are not they are having issue to how to conduct the stability data. So whenever they will send some such type of clarification to CDSCO, we are just clarified. So they have to go through this stability guidance document. There is mentioned that methods how they can do it. There example also given. So it is very important document because that document also which is published based on the public comments, all stakeholder comments. I think Dr. Ashok knows about that things. Freeze-thaw stability should be considered to address reagents which are exposed to multiple freeze-thaw during use. All parameters it should be covered under this in-use stability. And other important thing is shipping stability. We are asking most of the time to importers whether they have conducted this studies or not. And in that study, the information means it should require to give information on shipping stability studies for one lot to evaluate the tolerance of product to the anticipated shipping conditions. Shipping studies can be done under real and or simulated condition, should include variable shipping condition, such as extreme heat or cold. Such information should describe, again the same thing is that in your study protocol, it should be the mention, the acceptance criteria should be there, method used for the simulated condition, and then after that, what is that shipping conditions and conclusion, that should be the mention. So these are the three important things, and the methods and other things, you can use that guidance document. So accordingly, you can prepare your stability documents, protocol, study reports, and you can submit to regulators. So this is the one of the example. You can see that now we have taken for the HIV rapid quantitative test, rapid quantitative test for the HIV. So you can see that the claim storage condition is a 2 to 30 degree, and their shelf life is 24 months. And accelerated condition, in that condition they have to do study that 2 to 8 degree. Then again that 20 to 30 degree, 37 degree, and 45 degree. These are the parameters already we have mentioned. And testing interval also we have to mention that initially 0 day, 4th day, 7th day, 14th day, 21st day, then 30th and 41st. So then all these things already clarify about this high risk product. So you can also design your documents whenever you are going for the class C product, class B product, or class A product. So this is one of the best example you can use. So real-time stability study is also in 3 lots. Already in our protocol, the guidance document mentioned that the testing interval will be the initially 0 month, and after that 3 months. So every 3 months you have to check your performance of that particular product. So the claim storage condition is the same, 2 to 30, 24 months is the shelf life. So then you have to perform up to that particular interval time, and that your shelf life claim. The same thing is that you can see that in use stability study. So in that case, you can see that in use stability or open bottle stability condition, that 2 to 8 degree room temperature, 20 to 30 degree, 37 and 45 degrees Celsius. Already it has been mentioned, and it is aligned with ISO documents. So testing interval, you can see that now it is already captured. Initially 0 hours, then 1, then 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 24 hours, and at 24 hours. So this is the example, you can see that now. In this shipping stability study, also the same thing, you can see that this is a 3 cycle. You have to do like that only the 1 lot. So it will cover all the, means whatever the temperature and humidity cycle already covered. So accordingly, you need to design your study. So these are the basically the parameters for the stability and how you have to prepare your protocols, report, and everything. And the rest of the thing, the method and how you have to do all these things step by step, you can refer our guidance document. It will be useful. So now, what are the opportunity and challenges with the accelerated stability data? It is from the both side. This is from stakeholder side and also from the regulator side. you can see that's the opportunity for the accelerated point of view that this will be the quick estimation about the shelf life based on the accelerated data. This is a cost efficient, reduces need for long-term storage and monitoring. Earlier identification of issues. If any issue is there, so we can identify early under this accelerated stability data. And it is also the requirement for the regulatory approval. The challenges is that how on the basis of the accelerated data, your claim shelf life, that is the 24-month, 36-month, how it will be defined. It is also one of the challenge. Risk of the inaccurate shelf life, you can see that now. And obviously, the regulatory point of also, it is somewhat the challenge. Not always accepted as the sole evidence for the product shelf life. The same thing for the real-time stability data. The accuracy is there to provide a true reflection of product performance over time. In that case, regulator को भी problem नहीं है, stakeholder की problem नहीं है. They have done the data of 24 months and they have submitted 24 months. Then it's the okay for the both side. The regulatory will accept all these things. The quality assurance, no problem because we have the real-time data. But challenges that is from the stakeholder side also, it will be somewhat the high cost and this is time-consuming, resource-intensive and unpredictable variable. That is also one of the challenge. So these are the stability point of view, and for the IVD, whatever we have taken the initiative under the CDSCO, you can see that now in recently we have given approval for 4 indigenously developed in vitro diagnostic kit for the monkeypox virus consisting for the public health emergency of international concern in collaboration with ICMR. We have made MOU with ICMR to develop harmonized protocol and identify testing laboratories of high risk of IVD. And based on this MOU, we have published 14 draft validation protocol of arbovirus kit. Already it is on the public domain. You can give your comments. We are also providing handholding support to the innovator and startup through various systems, including MedTech Mitra in collaboration with the ICMR and through PRO weekly 2 days. Recently made online provision for processing application for neutral code in MD online portal. Updated the IVD classification by including IVD analyzer, instruments and software and posted in our website. And we are also started regularizing the license issued for the COVID-19 along with experts. So already this initiative we have given and other also under pipeline. And it will come to know in early stage because there are some other changes in the Sugam portal, that tool tips and other things also coming very shortly. So now you can see that now where in 2020 that is the 103 manufacturer in India. This is the cluster in India. You can see that now. And this is the till year 2024. This is the changes about the IVD manufacturer in India. So you can see that now Maharashtra and Gujarat, Andhra and Telangana, they are having the more unit about this, and NCT Delhi, Haryana. These are the, you can see the IVD manufacturing, how they are spreading throughout the India. This is for your information. And this is the important link. You can see that now. Already this is the all important information. You can go through that. These are the website and link also available on website. This is from my side. Thank you. Because without diagnostic, treatment is blind. Yes. Thank you. Any question? Okay. No question. Very good. Yeah, packaging. That's the most of the manufacturer. There.
Sir, from the CII members, we have got a feedback that, the accelerated stability data is not always accepted for initial approval. Whereas right now you have given the test conditions which has come up. And if you look at pharma side, ICH guidelines are there, accelerated stability data with the extrapolation is accepted. And US FDA allows that. So, this is something which is a concern which we are getting time and again from our members.
Actually, yeah, I can understand the issue. Most of the importers, they are raising this issue. But actually, the point is that the criticality and sensitivity of this particular IVD reagent kit. So, so actually, you can understand that once the license is approved, that is valid for the 5 years, and then the retention. So this is the lifelong. And regulator also not aware about that kit. When that on the basis of the accelerated data, so that shelf life that that particular importer can claim for the 24 months and 36 months. So there is no surety about these things. So based on that, whatever they are submitted the real-time stability data, on that basis of real-time stability data, we are giving the approval.
Sir, here the thing is...
Some of the kits were approved during COVID time, that is on base of that emergency situation. But right now, the same thing is there. Based on the real-time data, we are approving.
Sir, I completely agree what you are saying.
Because most of the unit that is the outside of India, in the manufacturing case, that unit and everything in India, so we can see and we can audit and other things that can be accepted. But for the that manufacturing unit outside of India, so it may be somewhat the risk category.
So here, like what you have projected, that if accelerated aging studies followed by the real-time data has to be there. So the onus is on the manufacturer to submit the real-time data once he completes that. If somebody is not doing it, please take action. But then, because some people are not providing the data, we should not be limiting the approval only for this real-time data. That's the request from the CII side. Because globally, everywhere it's being accepted. And of course, if the regulatory commitment is not followed by any of our members, definitely we, from CII side, we welcome action. There is no issue at all. So we would like you to please reconsider that.
Just put one request letter to CDSCO office.
Sir, okay.
So then we'll
Thank
say
you.
that now.
Thank you, sir.
How can, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rao, I would request Ms. Mamta Sharma to kindly felicitate Mr. Rao. So, as we come to the end of our workshop, I would like to invite Dr. Naresh Sharma, Deputy Drugs Controller at CDSCO, to deliver the vote of thanks and close this session. Oh, I thought it was with the session. There were no questions left.
This is a open session. You can ask any question relating to the medical devices, IVDs. This is a great opportunity for you. You have the representatives, both medical device as well as the IVD. Feel free, and not only the sessions what we had here, in addition to this, in general also, if you'd like to know any specific question or point or anything would like to raise the issue, so please feel free. Thank you. Now, this is an open session for any question. Yeah, I come to your question. I think first question we answered, you can take a personal license for import for that particular specific. Yeah, second is the innovation. If any particular device which is recently innovated outside the India, and if somebody would like to market that particular device in India, before you go for regulatory procedures and all that to register, whether that product has any market demand in India or not. So first you would like to see market demand. If there is a market demand, then you would like to register that product. That is your question. This is a very tricky question. So, if that is the case, sir, I also resign from the regulatory department. I will also do the business. if everything is so thing, let first import the product. Yeah, I'll come to your just a lighter tone. I said that. For that purpose, there is even provision again for the test license where you can import the product for the demonstration purpose. For example, if any national medical device workshop or conferences are happening, or any particular orthopedic or any interventional cardiology particular any product, you want to make any demo where you would like to share that particular product information to the concerned experts. There is that provision you can import for the demo purpose, not for sale. Okay, for demo purpose there is a provision. Just a test license, very simple formality, not any much documents are required. I think fee is also hardly 1,000 rupees.
For manufacturing is $1,000.
$100 for the test license. Huh? Yeah, per product always. Achha, your product is a $5 value only. Wow.
The testing fee, the license fee is very high. So it really matters.
Then it may not be advisable to have a registration fee based upon your cost of the product. That means your product which is very highly expensive, can I have the high registration fee? That means other way around, if the low product should be the low cost of license, that may be very difficult to justify that. I think, sir, we don't have any other option. For $5 you have to shell $100. I mean, see, but only thing is that the moment if you will get, for example, you are fortunate enough to have a very good business, so you may millions of dollars you will earn from that. No, if it goes everything well.
Supposing we want to import something regularly,
okay,
which is again costing $5–10. There's a new innovation abroad, and suppose even if we import 100 units, we have to shell out 450 euros, $50 US dollars.
No, if anything for the sale in India,
Yeah.
you have to register that product, get the import license.
No, but the fee remains the same.
Fee is the remains same.
Do you think it is justified?
For the registration, for the
Do you think
import
it is
license.
justified, Dr. Reddy?
Not for the test license.
Agreed. Do you think it is justified?
So since the beginning we are talking in the same voice that we are the regulators just to implement what regulations are framed. So the policy regulations are framed by the government.
by your
So
director-
plus my request to you is, what is your point is a very valid point, sir. You can make a representation to the ministry to look into this.
I'm afraid, Dr. Reddy, I had written to the ministry. There is absolutely no response from them.
So you can also mark the copy to the CDSCO.
I have done that as well.
So I hope my friends, if
No,
we
I
have...
I have sent a copy to Dr. Raghuvanshi.
Okay.
There's no response from anywhere.
So we will remind the DCGI to look into your representation.
Do I repeat that whole exercise?
Not, you can send a reminder.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can I go for the next question, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, here, sir.
Just you can stand up, we're not able to.
So this is Vipin Padhe, I'm from Siemens Healthcare. Yeah. Sir, we wanted to seek your guidance how we can import the spare component accessories for the legacy system. And let me give you one practical or related example. So these CT, MRI, XP or radiology related systems got regulated somewhere in 2021. So let's say if I have registered a total of 5 products in 2021, I would need to plan for a registration renewal after 5 years, that is in 2026. Now let us consider out of 5 products, 1 product is getting obsoleted. This is a radio imaging system that is getting obsoleted. Now once I submit my registration renewal application to CDSCO, I won't be able to submit the documentation for the obsolete system. Definitely that is getting obsoleted on the global level. I don't have any documentation. For that matter, I don't have any CFG or any other pre-sale and technical documentation for the same. Now the registration renewal that will be issued by CDSCO, that will be reflecting the details of the 4 system along with their component and accessories. Okay. Now, but I already have, let's say 100 units across various hospitals which are government and private, 100 units of that obsolete system in India. Now once I use this registration renewal at port and I try to import any component accessories for that obsolete system which is now not there in the registration renewal. So what kind of assurance you can give us so that we can continue to support all our customers in India for the proper patient care?
As far as what Asim has explained in the morning, all critical components, whether it is used in case of absolute any machine or any current machine, regulatory requirements will be remain same. But we appreciate really your concern. Maybe this is as an importer supplier, it is your responsibility to continue to support whatever the spare parts required or accessories required for that particular instrument. To supply that particular accessory or the component, that product has to be get registered. It is not my statement. What
but sir, even let's
Asim Sahu made that statement in the morning using the word called critical component.
Yeah.
And they already classified that particular critical components in the classification list. It is already available. So if that particular component is already available in the classified list, you don't have any option, you have to register.
And so there is very fine difference. Let's say whatever component accessory which we are currently including in
I got your point.
So
boss.
that we are following whatever which is listed in device master file and operator manual. So let us say I have 100 of component accessory, 95% of those are non-medical devices, but those are getting reflected in operator manual and device master file. So my next question to Sahu sir or you sir, we would like to seek your guidance. In that case, are we supposed to apply for a license because those are non-medical devices and we don't have proper documentation for the same?
But
what we can do, definitely we can apply for the import license for the 5% of devices which have this label claim as a medical device.
I think Ajay will throw more light on this.
Sir, already it's been discussed in the morning as well. Just to add upon from your side, just think in a different way. Does these hundreds of components gonna affect the safety of the device or the performance of the device? If I substitute rather than importing the spare part or components from the OEM, if I buy from the local market and put it in, will it gonna affect the post-market performance of the
The
device?
problem क्या होता है हमारा definitely does not impact, but whenever we have practical issue, then we used to get such queries from custom authority, boss ये तो major critical component है, you need to have a license.
That is when you import the spare parts and components and accessories of such devices, which you don't want to continue to import as a system, but still want to support for the existing devices in the market. But from the point of safety and performance, it's been already explained, but as if it is contributing, if the components of the spare parts are contributing to the safety or performance of the device which are already in service, which are already in patient care, those have to be explained.
Got it. Thanks for answering that. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Test license is mandatory for get the import license and manufacturing license. If the test license is expired, then there is a guidance document for a renewal process. Other new test license can apply.
Fresh license you are
Okay, thank you.
Good evening all. Sir, first of all, I would like to congratulate entire CDSCO staff for being an affiliate member of the IMDRF, which is a proud moment for all of us. And sir, to extend my question about the component accessories, since we are the member of the IMDRF, there are few areas where the things are not clear and technologies are evolving, regulations are evolving. Being an affiliate member of the IMDRF, cannot we follow the IMDRF guideline to harmonize our requirement regulation in line with the global practices? That's the only little ask, sir.
So I think first we will start with the fee. What USFDA is charging the fee for the registration. First we'll start with the fee, then we'll see the rest. Is it fine?
Yeah. Sir, if we create a value, I think fee should not be an issue.
That's true. That's true. See, that is the reason if you see the entire medical device regulation, we try to harmonize as much as possible. Okay. And even the definitions of the component accessories, what they have identified, even I asked them today morning, Asim Sahu also, the critical components, even these are regulated by USFDA also. Even they are giving free sale certificate for such type of individual critical components.
Yeah, absolutely. So if something is being regulated by stringent
Yeah,
regulatory
only as morning Rajivnath said rightly is that we need to give some sufficient time for the industry to submit the application, it should not be overnight implemented the things.
Yeah,
So
thank you, sir.
That is a point we need to really consider.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
As per the definition of a device, even veterinary devices are also comes under the definition of a device. So that means they also comes under the regulation. Coming to the safety and performance of device meant for human beings, meant for the animals, it should be remain same. In fact, if you ask me frankly, pets are more protected and more taken care rather than the humans. So, sir, what we should not say that because of it is used in animals, whatever the value it is there, the safety performance also as far as a regulator, it should be the remain same. Okay, but I understand the market size may be a less, very small. So, yeah, I think many countries like Japan or even I think USA, they don't regulate. They don't regulate. But I said US FDA is not regulating. Does not mean that USA is not regulating. There are other departments. I don't know how much stringency is there, but they are regulated, but not by the US FDA. But regulatory perspective, yes, it should be regulated. It should not be go out of the regulation. But if any specific fee-related structure, again, back to you, same thing, representation.
Sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my question is for the IVD because this is the new subject, we are just doing it. Sir, if we have already got the lessons and after that there is a change in constitution means one director has been added on. So change in constitution means we have to apply again. In that, whatever it is done in the past, all the inspection and everything will be considered, or it would be same, a new case will be considered over there?
No, under this change of constitutions, if they are so, then in that case, as per rule,
you need to obtain the fresh license.
We have to apply for fresh license.
Fresh license, and that for the inspection and other things that depend on the particular zonal office whether it's required or not. But this is the only the legal terms. I think there is no requirement for further any inspection.
Okay. But we have to apply for a fresh license. We have already applied for that, but whether the again inspection and everything will be done, that will be considered afterwards.
I don't think this is the legal only document part that need to be seen. If the now we need to see that earlier when inspection happened.
It was just months before.
So that depend on that zonal office.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. CDSCO has released a guideline for how to apply for the PSUR, but the PSUR portal is not live yet. There has been we are not able to select the license numbers from the PSUR portal. So, can you provide clarity on how when it can be applied and the regulatory requirements for the same?
PSUR is live. PSUR portal is live, but if you cannot find your particular approved license application, let us know. Probably we will start to see whether there is a.
Okay.
You can visit our PRO division, so they will guide you.
But in general, PSUR is online.
Actually, it shows only the import license, PSUR for import license. Even the import license are also not reflecting in that portal.
We will look into it. You got application number, you can let us know.
Okay, thank you.
Give opportunity to others also.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. So my question is with respect to performance evaluation of in vitro diagnostic. So currently in vitro diagnostic for the HIB, HBB, SCB are required to do performance evaluation by NIB, which is authorized as a medical device testing laboratory as per MDR 2017. But we are facing challenges since last, I think, more than 6 months that NIB declining our performance evaluation, not only performance evaluation, but also the quality evaluation for the commercial lot release because of not having the panel available for the quantitative and some of the parameters for the qualitative. So our request to the CDSCO is to panelize some more testing laboratories to streamline this process, sir.
If NIB is decline about this, recently just now we discussed with Dr. Nilima Mishra, recently joined as a director of NIB, and we discussed about critical IVDs, how they will facilitate all these things. So now I think they have given information. They are going to constitute one committee to see all this matter, how the IVD stakeholder they are facing the problem. But from the CDSCO point of view, if you are facing the problem, so if you have some other government institute or government laboratories other than this NIV, so we can accept that report.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, my gratitude for organizing such an interactive and informative session. And I'm Hariharan, representing Starkey Hearing Technologies. We are importer of hearing aids. Now my question is about the 8th schedule of MDR 2017. There is an exceptions. It says custom-made devices are exempted from provisions of import and manufacture. What do they mean by custom-made devices? Can I have some more light on that?
Sure. Custom-made devices have been something that has been manufactured based on the prescription of a registered practitioner.
Okay.
So that has been the device has been designed. This has been prescribed.
Exclusive
Specifications.
Unique case for a patient.
Unique to some specific particular patient need.
Okay. So in my case, I am into the hearing aid industry. So we get the impressions of.
But again, whatever it is mass produced and which need further adoption, that is.
It's not mass produced. It is exclusively customized for individuals.
Customized for individual. There is an adopting to the needs of an individual.
Yes.
And then it's completely tailor-made from the basic step onwards.
Yes.
As per specification of.
That's right.
So those which are tailor-made to the individual.
Yeah, nobody else can use that.
Which is nobody can use that.
Yes,
that are custom-made devices. But if it is mass-produced, which need further adaptation to the needs of the patient, that are covered.
Yes. So that can be accepted.
License, for which the license is required. That one be taken as a custom-made device.
So that is not required any import and manufacturing license for that.
which are for products when specified to a patient.
Yes.
Which is not mass produced.
Okay.
So what is your intention? You
So
don't
my
want to
inten-
be under the
No,
license?
my intention is we are importing the spare parts to get it customized to the individual's need.
The spare part we are importing to the customized need.
Yes, because we get the impression of the ear of the patient and we get the customization done for that individual ear and we assemble those electronic spare parts into it.
Okay. So you can give your detailed documentation. We'll have to go through the entire process and then we will be able to comment on that.
Okay, any particular email ID should I send that query?
cru.division@the-cdsco.nic.in.
Can you please repeat it, sir?
Yeah, CRU
dot
division @CDSCO
yeah
.nic.in.
Thank you so much.
Sir, this is with respect to the retention policy of the IVD course. So, sir, basically, as per the retention policy, whenever your base license is getting expired, the endorsements which is attached to the base license, they are also expired. Okay, so, but when we are going for the retention application, we have to apply individually for those endorsements as well as for the base license. So can we have a process in place so that only a single application for retention can go, as it is impacting only the base license?
For this retention of base license, actually the base license is the original license,
Right.
whether it is for the import license or manufacturer license.
Right.
So in retention case also, first need to ensure that your base license should be retained. If any, if you are not able to file that application retention, because under this IVD, I can see the lot of products are there in the reagents, calibrator, or you can say that the 100 products under one license just we approved, and after that the endorsement, the continuous endorsement. So for the as a reviewer, it is also one of the challenges. And in our portal, it is not accepted that the endorsement and base license that can be clubbed together. There is no provision. That's why we are insisting to stakeholder that they have to take the one by one. So that is for easier for evaluator and also for the stakeholder.
So at the end, but the thing is, the base license, if it is getting expired, the corresponding endorsements of it is also expiring. So irrespective of the application means criteria, the base license is the main for all those endorsement part as well. So my question is, can it be done that only we are paying the fees for the base license for the retention part, and it should be applicable for the rest of its endorsements as well, instead of tackling individual endorsement?
No, you want to save the fee for the whatever additional endorsement you have taken?
Yeah, actually it is a use tracking part.
No. That is not the way. Your base license as well as the subsequent any endorsements made. I don't know how Sugam works. At the time of retention, when you made application, you had to apply all together. Your original license as well as the retention if any additional products are there. So all products together you should make for the retention, along with the fee for all the products.
Thank you, sir.
Otherwise, people for the base license, they will apply only one product. Rest of all product they will make under the as a additional product. When it comes for the retention, they don't need to pay any fee.
Fine, sir. Thank you so much.
Very good evening, sir. Sir, I have two queries actually. First, regarding the MD17. So after getting the MD17 license, we are importing suppose we have imported one equipment, and we have demonstrated to the customer, installed everything done, and after that we applied for the MD14, and MD14 is get approved by with the MD15. Then what will be done by the equipment which we imported on behalf of MD17? It can be considered on behalf of MD14, or means we have to do the sales deed with the end user after getting the MD14.
No commercial uses the devices imported under MD17.
Yeah, so
No, because you cannot put as a commercial use. Whatever devices that has been imported on MD17
so
cannot be put into the market for commercial use.
so that device need to be taken from the site and it goes to the warehouse or something. Then we can have a sale deed, and we can means after getting the MD15 license, we can sell to the customer again.
No.
And first of all, how you have set up at your particular hospital, wherever, on what basis you have set up that facilities?
So suppose MD17 license we have because demonstration cannot be done without installing the equipment.
Okay.
So how we can do that?
You know, that demonstration is not for the commercial purpose. So no hospital will agree to set up any equipment in their hospital without any commercial.
Yes.
First of all. Second, for demonstration purpose, in their one hospital, they don't allow the other hospital people to enter into their hospital for the demonstration.
Suppose that customer, same customer, they have not seen that equipment. That's a new device.
So it is isolated case what you are asking.
Yes,
so generally, demonstration means, generally demonstration term is applicable for the conferences.
Okay.
Where any conference is taking place,
okay.
where you put up your instrument there, where you do demonstration. So demonstration is not for one hospital or one person. Demonstration is for a group of people.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so when you set up this the particular mission equipment at the one hospital, it is not considered as a demonstration. In fact, you have sold that to them.
No, not sold. Actually, sir, what happens? They are interested in that equipment, but they are not convinced.
Best thing is that whatever you for the purpose of demonstration you imported, you return send it back to your parent company.
Okay, sir. So, but meanwhile, suppose we have applied to MD.
Then after that, once you got the import license, then you can import the device for the sale, and you can supply.
Okay. So another query: if any end user, suppose any hospital, they wanted a direct import from the foreign country. If any hospital like Fortis or anywhere, they need 10 equipments. So they
How they can import? They don't have license for import.
No, so that's just there is any guidelines for that?
No, they are not. They are not.
End user cannot import.
End user cannot import.
Directly.
Only import license holder only can import.
Yeah, it means supplier can import only because they have a license. End user cannot import.
End user cannot import.
There is a no.
There is a scenario where certain hospitals get some subsidy from the government. So, earlier using form 10, they have been importing.
That is, in case of the any national procurement or national policy, national programs where that particular product is imported, the government will allow that. The government will give special permission for that.
Some EPC.
Exactly, that government will give permission.
Yeah.
See, for example, say filoresis, when particular drug is used, it is registered by one company. Government has taken a decision that it is for the government program purpose. Okay, because already import license is there. So government decided we will import directly. Why we should pay commission to the other Indian agent who is already? That is, government only can do that.
Okay. So industry has been asking that since that provision.
No, actually, what happens if we will permit that? Then you don't have any value. As import, you keep it just as a paper with you. Rest all people are importing directly.
No, there we have said that the authorized agent will give the undertaking that the PMS responsibility.
So not only because many there are commercial as well as the safety related issues, regulatory issues. If the directly hospital will import, so a lot of other issues will be that. So it is not actually, as per the law, it is not permitted.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
Is there any fee applicable for post-approval change regarding import application?
Give mic there.
No
Fee
fees,
for
no
post-approval.
fees, no fees.
Fee for post-approval change in case of import application?
No.
Major category.
So you suggest we should include the fee?
No, sir. This is mentioned in the FAQ. In some cases, fee is applicable.
So at present there is no fee applicable.
In FAQ, this is mentioned. So I want to clarify.
Could you just specify what was the PSC category for which the fees has been?
Only in general. In some cases, fee is applicable. Only this is mentioned in the FAQ. But there is no mention the criteria in which.
You mean to say, for example, is there a change in the manufacturing site?
No, basically change in the material of construction.
Wherever which lead to making a fresh application, then definitely fees is required. That is considered as a fresh application.
Yeah, and no fee in material of construction. For material of construction that you have mentioned, there is no fees.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, firstly, thank you so much for organizing this workshop. This helps in understanding so many things. My question is regarding the major post-approval changes and the timeline actually, because as per MDR, our understanding is we do not receive any response for 2 months. It's supposed to be approved, and we are authorized to import that product with such kind of major changes. But these days we are actually not receiving any response beyond 3 months or 4 months, and we are expected that, okay, now we are start importing, suddenly there is query raising. So
major changes prior approval is required. So
that is the question, sir, because as per MDR, if we do not receive any response for 2 months, it's supposed to be approved, but the responses comes after 3 or 4 months with a query. So what should we do, sir?
We will look into the timeline of the delay on this case, but ideally it should be within, it is a prior approval is required for major changes, and especially because you also don't know whether the document has been submitted is adequate enough to grant a application. So the query raised means probably the review, at the time of review, they might have observed there is some deficiencies or an incomplete documentation. So that's why probably there is a query on the application. So for major change, prior approval is required.
Yes, totally understood.
We got your point. When the law says there is a provision for deemed approval,
yes, sir.
That is what you would like to say.
Yes,
So
sir.
you want to utilize that clause, deemed approved clause, and
Yes, sir.
you want to go ahead with that, thinking that CDSCO has no comments to offer at this juncture.
Yes.
Later on, CDSCO has given some queries to you. Okay, this is, you have to take your calculated risk.
Sir, it's a very big not the calculated, very big risk.
That's why I'm saying, if you are so confident that what document you have submitted and what you are complied with all the regulatory requirements, when you are sure that CDSCO is going to grant post-approval change, then you can use the deemed approved clause. If you are not sure, please wait.
Okay, sir. And sir, another question is regarding the PSC, another major change for the change in the address of overseas manufacturing site. So is this regarding the new one, because we are filing the application for the change in the name or address, and after the response that you have to file for the fresh application. So can you please little elaborate what kind of change accompany in this major one?
Because change in name can be due to a constitution change, in which case you need to have a application.
Yes,
Change in name without any constitution changes, the same management, same board of members has decided to the name changes just for a marketing purpose, may not require this thing. You can intimate to us. The fresh applications are not required, but that is same way for address. If it is physical address has been moved from here to X location to Y location, then new application is required. For example, if the government has changed the road, the name of the road in front of my premises or the building to something else, X, Y, Z to ABC, which is completely an administrative government change of the lane name or the road name. So that doesn't require any fees. That can be applied as a PSC.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so my question is basically related to the question that was earlier asked in the first row. And I asked the question before also, but I still have a confusion. So my question is that, when we have already applied the MD14 license and the approval, like it is pending, it is the application is in process. So during that time frame, can we, deliver presentation to a customer for that particular product, just to know like what will be the market, sale and other things?
Anything you can do without the product is most
Yeah,
welcome.
without the product, just the presentation delivery. So that
Without
we
the
can,
without the product, that means there is no sale.
yeah.
If you see the basic fundamental principle of the act, what we regulate is manufacture for sale or import for sale. When there is no product at all, and if you want to get the feedback or some survey you want to do, or you want to take the opinion of the experts, that is permitted.
Okay, so we can also have a purchase order with the customer?
No.
That is not.
When अरे baby born ही नहीं हुआ आप बोलते मेरा मैं नाम already finalize किया, that is not possible. wait till that baby born. Okay, your product has not landed. How you guarantee that you will get import license?
No, this is what I want.
For example, import license is your application is rejected. Then, so see, when actually your license is not in your hand, how you can get the orders? I don't know who will place the order for you without the license. I think that is legally not accepted.
Actually, we have been hearing this like from
No,
other industries,
not
and I just wanted to know your opinion.
That is legally not accepted. But you can do the survey, you can do the information, sharing of information. That is permitted.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
They are not marketing, getting the information, sharing the information. When actually there is no product at all. Yeah. Yes, Pallavi?
So recently we have started receiving queries on power of attorneys and CFG that each page has to be notarized and apostilled rather than the complete bundle that we used to submit with the front page with the complete apostillation. So because of this, we have to send back to our manufacturer plant, get it each page notarized, which is, the plant is also objecting that, earlier it was a practice that the bundle needs to be notarized and apostilled. So is the previous practice, can we continue with that, or we have to, getting each page of the power of attorney notarized or apostilled is a challenge for CFG. And one more thing, in terms of documentation also, earlier we used to submit for products which were manufactured by China, CCPIT notarization was acceptable. But now recently, again, we have received queries that CCPIT notarization is not acceptable. So how can we move forward in both these cases?
In terms of CCPIT, CCPIT is not the notary in China. So CCPIT stands for the Chamber of Promotion Export Councils. They are not the notary. They have a legal system where there is a notary over there in China. So the notary system is what is been accepted. After the notary authenticate, and I specify authenticate because true copy attestation is also there, authorizations are there, then authentication is there. What we need in the rule is authentication of the power of attorney by the notary, and then further an apostille, or it can be from the Indian embassy in the country of origin,
or first class magistrate
in case of India.
So for CCPIT, do we have to again get that, or in place of, because as our plant are saying that it's only CCPIT body that they have who can notarize the documents. So
CCPIT.
Yes, sir. I would like to add one point to this thing. This is a related query. So, sir, generally the samples, when I visited CDSCO office, actually I got the same query from the CDSCO office. So, the thing is, the samples which I had taken with myself to discuss with in the PRO meeting, those were CCPIT notarized sample. Other sample was notary from a public notary officer. I tried getting whether it is possible if we could arrange those documents which are notarized from the public notary officer in China. Then with that sample, PRO officer was okay, we would be accepting the same. But sir, the challenge is when we try to seek this clarification from the Chinese team, they are coming back to us, they are saying public notary office can only notarize those documents which are related to citizen related matters, not business related matters. So sir, this is a challenge. So we are in dilemma what to do, what not to do. To CCPIT we are running, then you are not accepting. To public notary office we are running, they are saying it is completely out of our scope. And sir, getting the legalization, we know, there is some political disconnect between the India and China, and we are struggling a lot to getting a legalized document even from Indian embassy. In my last year, it took more than 8 months time, sometime a year, to get a legalized document from Indian Embassy. So sir, if you could throw some light how to circumvent these kind of challenges to assist the industry. Yeah.
One thing for, in terms of notarization, there are, these words are, meanings are quite different in terms of legal terms. Like when you say notarization, when you say attestation, true copy attestation, like for example, the notary is certifying that it is a true copy of an ISO 13485 certificate. The notary definitely, and my understanding of the legal system, notary will definitely attest a document, because it's just saying it's a true copy attestation of this thing. But if you're asking to notarize a document, then probably because they will say that we are not validating, we don't know the signatory of this notified body, so they may not be notarizing the document unless probably the notified body is located in China. If you're bringing up a document, this could be available. My best case is that you can consult with your legal team, because all these words have different meanings: notarization, attestation, authentication. So I think it's not that complicated. Only thing is it's being understood in a different way. Maybe the legal team can give a better light on the topics. Clubbing of documentation is in the docket. What we see the reason, the origin or the concern what we have seen is many of the applications we found that the undertaking from the authorized agent are not signed or along with the power of attorney. So as you mentioned, if it is with a docket with all the pages have some seal or stamp or through which we can identify that it is being done together. The undertaking and the power of attorney, including the undertaking, was done at the same time, and it is being authenticated throughout through some seal or stamp, then it is acceptable. But if same thing, it's only thing is the concept is because most of the CFT doesn't have much of that issue. The problem is the undertakings, when probably because of scanning, these pages look different or look nowhere in too much disconnected between the rest of the pages. It seems the documents are not done at the same time and authenticated by the authenticating party. So.
Okay, I think somebody is asking.
Yeah.
That's maybe last question. You have one. You have one. Oh.
Many questions.
Well, okay. I think come directly ask the direct question without background. Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. Thanks for insight and engaging.
No background. No background. Come to the point.
Okay. So my question is related to grouping and the family what we have. These are Ajay sir gone through today. So sir, this is the practical issue which we face very recently. I mean, we have a product, and because of the product is coming from the same manufacturer with the same intended use, identical to each other. So we have clubbed them and got the approval as a family. And let's say the products are ABC and XYZ. So we got the approval ABC and XYZ in the product section. But and it was coming since last approximate 5 years. But recently in the custom officer has asked us to segregate these items, because these if the product is coming separate, let's say if ABC is coming alone, then we need to take a separate license for that. So I need some clarification on that.
Customs, it is most of the port office has CDSCO port officers are there. So you mean to say the port office ADC from the port office is raising the concern, or the customs directly? Port office. They are aware about the grouping guidelines. So they are aware about the grouping guidelines, and usually I don't know if it's a particular incident where you mentioned that not aware.
If any such isolated case is there, you can send a mail to the headquarters.
Yes.
Okay, they will give clarification. Okay.
Sir, this is Tapas here. Actually, I am from Samir. We are from a R&D, government R&D laboratory. So we have developed MRI. So as a R&D laboratory, you cannot convert this as a product. This it has to be given transfer. Technology has to be transferred to industry. Now we want to conduct the clinical trial test. So can you guide us actually what exactly license to be obtained from CDSCO?
I think morning our DCS sub said there is a MedTech Mitra?
Yeah,
MedTech Mitra. So please visit there. They will give, because it is not a 1 minute, 2 minute, we can give details. They will really give the complete flow chart, information, regulatory requirements to what are the regulatory documents required for conducting the clinical investigation, as well as how you should get the manufacturing license also. Please visit MedTech Mitra.
See, we won't be getting interested getting manufacturing license since we are R&D laboratory.
Sure, definitely. They will give complete support for you.
But we don't know actually which license to be obtained.
They,
sometimes it is told MD12 test license and then clinical investigation is another license.
Yeah, I agree with you. So please do visit them. They will tell the which form you need to submit, what are the documents are required, and they will give complete background to you. Okay? You are not happy?
Yes, I am
happy. It appears that, now everything you need because we have to take care about everybody's questions.
Yes, required to be intimated. No, 15 days is for SUSAR, suspected unexpected adverse events. Field safety rating is a voluntary in nature. Whenever you are identifying an issue before the initiation of field safety correction or implementation of field safety correction, intimate to the regulator.
Okay, last two more questions. Yes, please. Yeah. Without getting the license, only for research use. If anything is imported only for research use, I think they are not regulated.
Yes, sir. They can be.
Whether it is a medical device, you have to see the really case by case, for what purpose, what research you would like to do, where you would like to do. Okay, this is really need to be understood on case by case. But in general, if it is for the research use only, for example, you would like to import any IVD, any medical device for the research use, no import license is required. Pakka. Yeah. No, actually, first we should get import license, then should be registered in the GEM. It is not other way around. First registered in the GEM, then apply for the import license. I think first go for the import license, then registered in the GEM. That is business, sir. Whether you get a order or not, that is secondary thing. First is, as a regulatory part, we need to get import license, then only should be participated in the GEM. Not only GEM, any tender. I think last question. See, yes. Think your tea is ready. Otherwise, instead of hot tea, hot coffee, we'll give cold coffee to you.
Yes, sir. For non-sterile reusable medical devices, how is CDSCO regulating the service life? Like, I want some clarification or guidance on service life requirements for medical devices.
Reusable instruments, you mean to say reusable instruments, right?
Medical devices.
Medical
equipments,
devices,
like a cath lab, for example.
Yeah, cath lab doesn't have any kind of an expiry date on cath lab.
Yeah, but service life?
Service life depends, because we are not currently in the rules doesn't ask for the procedure on the reliability testing that has been done or the service life estimation, but it's up to the
entirely up to the manufacturer
as per the QMS, the QMS and the manufacturers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Thank you, Mr. Pramod. Thank you, Mr. Basal. I would now request Dr. Naresh Sharma to kindly come up on stage and give the vote of thanks.
Good evening to one and all. As we come to close this enlightening workshop on medical device regulation, and it's my privilege and I feel honored to deliver word of thanks. I could still see a lot of energy and enthusiasm in all the participants, and let's have the cheerful moment even to thank to all the organizers and whosoever is associated with this particular event. On behalf of CDSCO, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries, speakers, organizers, participants who made this workshop a grand success. First and foremost, I'd like to express our sincere thanks to our DCGI sir, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, for this unique thought and organizing this workshop, a one-day workshop on this medical device regulation. And also, he has shown the confidence in the training cell, and we took this lead in order to conduct this particular training under the leadership of Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy sir. I also express gratitude to Dr. S. Ishwara Reddy sir, Joint Drugs Controller India, for structuring this wonderful program, and which has brought the aim for the clarity in order to bridge the gap between the regulatory as well as the industry. Sir had a round of discussions with the stakeholders, and we had witnessed that, and also the association who has submitted the topics which will be useful for the all participants, and hope that you all had enjoyed the technical deliberation, which will be much more useful as per the current scenario. I also special thanks to Shri Atul Groverji, who is the Managing Director at BD, for sharing the invaluable industry insight. I also express my thanks to Dr. Dheeraj Shah sir, who is the Director of National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, and his entire team for hosting this event at this state-of-art auditorium at Green Campus. And the micro-level planning what has done was starting from the parking, taking care of all the parking, auditorium, conduct of this training program, food, etc. by the entire team was really acknowledged and is appreciable. A heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished speakers, Shri Asim Sahuji, Shri Ajay Basil, Shri Pramod Meshram, for their expert presentation during the technical sessions, and in-depth knowledge and the practical insight have provided immense clarity on the regulatory requirement. Thanks to Himanshu Badji from the Polymed for partnering this medical device workshop, and we look forward for such association in forward as well. A heartfelt thanks to CII, especially Dr. Madam Mamta Sharma and their team, who took a lot of pain in order to have a micro-label planning. Conduct of this training program is having lot of activities round the clock. And you know that on an average what we conclude that 60 to 70 minute label planning is needed, and the effective planning from CII in coordination